Halo, halo. Halo, Han. Gimana kabarnya? Sorry, kemarin gua nggak ada live stream. Kemarin gua sibuk. Gak bukan sibuk sih. Kemarin ada ini. Gue disuruh nganterin barang. Gua kemarin kan jam 12 tuh. Pengen makan siang dulu kan. Selesai makan siang. Selesai makan siang, gue disuruh nungguin orang tua gue balik kan. Orang tua gue balik terus disuruh nganterin barang. Ya udahlah, jadinya nggak jadi live stream soalnya gue baru nganterin barang aja jam 5 sore. Gue takutnya kalau live stream ntar gak enak kan. Gue pasti ntar ngaco, ntar gue keluar masuk maksudnya hilang gitu. Terus pas lagi live stream hilang, terus balik juga paling gue end stream doang kan. Jadi mendingan udahlah, nggak usah lah, sibuk. Iya, makanya kemarin gue nggak bisa. Gue janjinya kemarin kan, cuman nggak bisa gue gara-gara ini harus nganterin barang dulu. Ya udah, paling gue pengen selesaiin hari ini dah. Target gue sih selesai hari ini. Ntar gue panjangin kalau sampai jam 7, gasin lah jam 7 kalau misalnya jam 7 mah. Tapi kayaknya enggak sih, trial investigasi lagi terus trial lagi kan. Gue yakin 3 hari sih ini. 3 hari trial semua. Sisa ke depannya 3 day trial semua ini. Kenapa begini? Setengah doang. Nah gitu dong. Sorry, gue ke-mute. Salah lagi. I hope they didn't hold you too long for questioning. We just finished, actually. I'm used to all-nighters, though. So, how did it go? This has Mr. Right suspect. Police are clueless. I figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain. Plea bargain? What do you mean by that? We agreed that if I told them the truth behind this simultaneous murder, they wouldn't see capital punishment. That's what I mean. But Lama, don't tell me you. Much to my regret, I'm as much in the dark about this as they are. This is Kyle. We won't trace evidence of a certain person in the police department's evidence room. They belong to Officer Jack Marshall. What kind of trace evidence? Blood stain, fingerprints, to be exact. Ayo lo. Halo Putranto, gimana kabarnya? Bang, aku dapat Galatea di Pet Goena. Lah, Galatea siapa ya? Gue gak tahu. Gak apa loh. That's the trump card I have up my sleeve today. You do understand what this means, don't you? Ena lagi ini kan mau ulang tahun ke-8. Bisa dapat servan gratis kalau nggak salah. Apa gacha ya? Gak tahu deh. Seingat gue kayak dikasih servan gratis deh. Gue sehat. In order to defend my sister, you're going to accuse Mr. Marshall? We have to play the cards with Belle. Is that right, Miss Kai? Do what you have to do, Mr. Right? Dia pasrah. Berserker art SSR yang pakai celana. Anjay, pakai celana. Kayak yang lain gak pakai celana aja. Yakin mereka sudah bermawan gitu? Iya, ini Anif Asep the Savior. Siapa tuh? Perasaan gue denger ini sih Plushi dia ngomongin banner kali ya. Buat siapa yang mau diambil ya kalau mau gacha ya, buat di ulang tahun 8 tahunnya itu ya. Soalnya gue kemarin gue lagi kalau di Ena gue kemarin nonton videonya Plushi kan, soal ngomongin servan yang mau lu ambil. Gue kira dikasih gratis, kayak ada Nero Bright, terus ada apalah itu, semua kelas dia jabarin satu-satu kalau yang bagus tuh yang mana. Gue kira dikasih. Enggak ya? Salah gue berarti. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Prosecution is I'm afraid you'll have to clarify. It takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office. Yet the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain at both places at the same time. But that's not physically possible, is it? What's more, I hear the victim from the evidence room just disappeared. Yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Wow, this is one messed up trial. One of my duties as prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today I will present evidence relating to the murder at the police department. In so doing, balik gue, I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself. Now that's what set Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds on top of things, even though he doesn't know what's going on himself. And that's supposed to be an admirable trait. Nice. Ada fans berat nih Mr. Edgeworth. AG. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness of the day to the stand. For its first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department. The suspect? You mean the so-called murder? Settingan LDP-nya biar gak bata-bata gimana bang? LDP? Oh ini LD player ya? Biar gak bata-bata. Gue gak otak-atik settingannya sih. Paling biar gak bata-bata tuh bukannya suruh nyalain ini ya? Suruh nyalain apa gitu? Yang ada di BIOS-nya, lupa gue namanya apaan. Kemarin waktu LD player katanya biar nggak patah, dipaksa malah bukan opsi itu, dipaksa gue suruh nyalain advance settingan gitu di BIOS. Lupa gue namanya, gue cuma nyalain itu doang sih yang disuruh, yang dipaksa sama LD playernya. Terus habis itu nggak pernah gue otak-atik lagi. Paling otak-atiknya resolusinya doang sama device-nya. Tapi nggak terlalu penting sih, itu nggak ngaruh sama kayak lancarnya game. Kalau Hyper-V mintanya dimatiin sih, entah dimatiin ya. Gue kemarin kayaknya dia nyalain dah. RAM-nya dinaikin kah? Enggak ada yang gue otak-atik serius. Gue cuma nyalain apa yang dia disuruh nyalain gitu. Yang di BIOS, perasaan gue disuruh nyalain dah. Gue waktu itu dipaksa, soalnya gue nggak mau kan, kata gue males repot ke BIOS gitu kan. Males, nggak bisa aja, nggak bisa main, gue nggak bisa buka LD playernya, dipaksa gue. Disuruh buka BIOS dulu, terus nyalain settingan yang dia mau. Order, sir. So you're telling us you're a professional killer? It was me, sir. I'm the one who did it. I'll never kill anyone again. You've got to believe me, sir. Actually, I'm what you would call the part of the younger generation. A person whose action adults can't possibly comprehend. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, help me, sir. Officer Meekins. Yes, sir. Give us your report of the crime. Consider that an order. As you wish. After all, I am part of a generation that must be told what to do, sir. You can't fault him for the lack of enthusiasm. Halo Fransmi, gimana kabarnya? Udah gimana rank WB? Gua kemarin masuk A3. Gue main seadanya aja, main ininya doang buat ngelesain chest doang. Sayang kemarin 2 hari gue skip chestnya. Jadi gue pikir gue main sedapatnya chestnya aja. Chestnya dapat, selesai, gue lepas. Enggak gue mainin lagi, kecuali gue bosen banget gitu kan, gue mau main apa gitu. Gue sekarang lagi nungguin bet cyber, sumpah gue pengen bet buka HSR mulu ya. Gue HSR, tapi gak ada cyber. Gue pengen buka HSR tapi gak ada cyber. Cyber udah di depan mata, terus gue nggak sabaran banget ya. Gue pengen lihat pemandangan baru di HSR Saber. Dari kemarin tuh udah 3 hari nih, sama hari ini gue pengen buka HSR tapi nggak ada cyber. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life, then I did it. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake. So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you. Do unto to others before they do unto you. That's on the Meekins family motto, sir. I see, then you fainted, and a colleague helped you regain consciousness. Yes, sir, he knocked me upside the head, sir. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. All I need here is more info to work with. Not my normal duty. Mr. Mickey, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not? Yes, sir. I am in charge of hiring new recruits, sir. Yikes! Now there's a scary talk. Evidence transfer was taking place on the day of the crime. Many officers were given special tasks not already performed. I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir. Blue Badger? Yes, sir. The lovely police mascot created by the chief of detectives, sir. I was to ensure it wasn't broken during the transfer process. That was my sole mission for the day, sir. I see. Sounds like a very important mission. After the award ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around that I relocated the blue badger to the evidence room. Oh, so that's why you went to the evidence room. Tell us what did you see when you got there? I spotted a suspicious man on security's screen and rushed into the room. In order to enter the evidence room, you need an ID card, am I correct? Precisely, sir. I have one right here, around my neck. So then, your ID number should be listed on here, right? There it is, I found it. This is the one right here. Could you please read us the number? 498959. I see. Is shown as being used twice. Please explain, witness. There's no real mystery, sir. The first time is when I relocated the blue badger into the evidence room. And the second time is when I went to get him after everything settled down. I see. So it was during that second time when I spotted the man on the security screen. Ah, okay. So you were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you? It was a knife, sir. A knife. Detective Goodman pulled a knife on you? What happened then? Well, with me charging in on him like that, he looked as surprised as I was. You aren't exactly the kind of person someone would run into. That's when I reacted, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus struggling to detain him. That's how I got this gash on my hand. Maybe if you just kept your cool, your hand wouldn't be. When I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. I grabbed the man by his collar. What exactly do you mean when you say you did it? Now I don't look the type, but I'm really into kung fu films, sir. The man let his guard down for just an instant, so I snatched his knife from behind. I took his knife. I spun him around and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man. I see. Must have been desperate. The next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in a sea of blood. Then the next thing I knew, yes, he punched me right in my face. After that, I passed out and another officer was awake. About what time did you regain consciousness? No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that? I was unconscious. Oh, right. According to the report from the officer that woke up the witness, it was about 5:30. He hit me right in the head too. I woke up crying tears of pain. That's nice. It's nice that you recovered, that is. When I came around though, I made sure to finish my mission, sir. Your mission? The blue badger, sir. I returned him to the entrance before things got out of hand. Well, we can all rest easy now. I believe we have now a fairly accurate picture of what happened. Info 115 CPUR. Mau 115 CPUR gratis. Oh, lu pengen 115 CP buat apa aja UR? Mau bikin malis. Lu ada bronya, Pak? Ada gue bronya. Sorry gue kalau lama bacanya, gue nggak terlalu merhatiin tadi. Yes, Your Honor. Only one thing remain unclear. Was the man this officer murdered really the victim? He's got a point. Yes, Officer Mickey. With regard to that, sir. Take a look at this. It was sent to my jail cell. Chief Gant delivered it to me just this morning. The chief delivered it? What is that? A videotape? Kan bagus tuh buat support cyber setidaknya. Buat malis lah. Iyalah, buat malis lah. Iya dong, buat malis. Ya kali nggak bikin malis, bikin lah. Gue juga lagi OTW nih, tinggal gue lagi bikin yang generiknya doang. Gue sisa generik tuh tinggal ini Magnum Hood, Indominus, ya Indominus apa gitu namanya yang trap yang baru tuh, yang hand trap juga, tapi yang baru. Indominus apa gitu namanya. Gue ngikutin orang yang mahal anjir bikinnya. Ntar gak gue pakai, seriusan gak gue pakai, kayaknya rumit deh malis tuh. Biasa gue decknya, otak gue kan rada ini kecil ya. Jadi gue paling kayaknya pakai Madolce lagi dah. Madolce udah ini banget apa? Udah enak banget di tangan gue. Apa? Karena mainnya nggak susah, gampang deh. Dikasihnya biar sinkron tawon itu terus bisa. Gue dapetnya ini spell tawon sampai 4 dapet. Kata gue, gue kocak lah. Gue dapet tawon mulu juga sama Tenyi. Gak apa-apa, aku bikin animian juga nggak bisa pakainya. gue ada 3 deck yang gue bikin tuh. 3 deck nggak gue pakai, maksudnya bikin tapi nggak gue pakai. Hero, tapi hero udah gue pecah sih. Hero terus ini apa sih itu namanya? Raid Raptor sama apa gitu, satu lagi ya lupa gue. Yang gue bikin tapi nggak gue pakai. Apa ya? Oh ini Sky Striker, jarang gue pakai tuh Sky Striker tuh. Dia lumayan rumit juga sih. Sky Striker sebenarnya nggak terlalu rumit sih, cuman niget musuh terus sampai lu bisa menang aja. Sampai lu bisa ngeluarin akses code-nya aja sih yang rada ribet ngeluarinnya kayak gimana. Harus pinter-pinter boardnya aja. Cuman jarang gue pakai. Gue pakainya Madolce mulu. Madolce lebih gampang soalnya decknya straightforward gitu loh. Combo cuman paling kayak 2. Itu juga ujungnya selalu sama, nggak pernah beda boardnya. Halo Bang Neko, gimana kabarnya? Gue sehat. Ntar ini kayaknya malis, gue usahain gue pakai terus ah. Seru kayaknya sih decknya. Cuman cabangnya banyak, cabang ini, cabang kombonya banyak di malis tuh. And was told, what? It had been mistakenly erased. That's quite a mistake. I just do what I'm told, sir. That's the only thing I'm really good at. Looks like communication with the police department is as good as ever. Well then, let's have a look. Show us the video of you murdering the victim. Oh, please stop using that word, murder, sir. It scares me. A video of a real murder. Just what are we getting ourselves into? Ada jump scare-nya nggak ini? Rasanya kayak ada jump scare-nya ada. Itu maskotnya serem banget. Wow. Ada Goodman. Kebetulan tuh mukanya ketutup semua. Wih, keren, ada Mikins 3D semua. Ya, gue buat ketutupan semua. Ya mati Mikins. Emang harusnya Mikins gak sih yang mati? Ini masih setengah jalan ya sidangnya. Baru mulai itu jadi horror gitu. Serem banget itu sih Blue Badger. Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with this unsettling feeling stirred within us? What the hell was that? wriggling piece of plywood. Sir, that's the pride and joy of the entire criminal affairs department, sir. It's the Blue Badger. Why am I not surprised this isn't going smoothly? Nice. Yes. Well, anyway. This tape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter someone in the evidence room and some sort of activity? Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness's testimony will suffice. Is that alright with you, Officer Meekins? Yes, sir, as you wish. Testimoni lagi ya. Okay. His face can be clearly seen in the video, but there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened the locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it. I wonder. What's this about a fingerprint? This detective has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to. Intriguing. It would mean the victim at the crime scene would have been Detective Goodman. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. I don't know where this cross-examination will lead, but everything begins with contradiction. That's where I have to start. Kalau sama Edgeworth lancar banget ya, nggak banyak diganggu. Nggak kayak sama Von Karma terakhir kemarin. Digangguin mulu. Orang ngoceh mulu kan. Cuma tinggalin gua bah biar gua punya ini. Biar gua pengen lihat video tape. Kenapa ini ada beginian? Only assigned Detective Prince can unlock the indicator lamp lights up when it's on. Evidence from extremely thin rubber glove. A half-written documented ID Carter Core. Oke, nggak ada yang bantu. But you don't know that for sure, do you? You never actually saw Detective Goodman's face. Well, I suppose you might say that. That is, if you must label people as having seen or not seen it. Since his face can be identified in the video, only you can verify it. Why is everyone looking at me? If I had to label your stares as disturbing or... Higgins! Having been shown a questionable video at best, we are not in the best of moods. Now please, be more certain when you testify. Yes, sir. You claim the man who brandished knife on you was Bruce Goodman. Tell us, why are you positive it was him? I mean, he opened the locker, which required the Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do. Bisa nggak sih pakai jari orang lain di override gitu? About this locker, is there no other way to open that? No, sir. I myself tried all kinds of methods in the past. They only respond to the registered fingerprint, sir. I wonder what kind of methods he's tried. If the man opened the locker's lock, which only responds to its registered fingerprint, then he must be the person with the locker was assigned to. Exactly my point, sir. Locker unquestionably Detective Goodman locker. How do you know that information? I've heard rumors, sir, from people in the know, sir. People in the know. The workers in the department cafeteria. They keep me informed. They also listen to my romantic troubles, sir. For the record, the open locker did indeed belong to the Detective Goodman. I verified this information. Oh ya. Oh ya ya. Reliable source. So the victim opened the locker with his own fingerprint. However, the most important detail is not shown in this video. The man's face. Sir! If I may say something, sir? Please do, after all. You are the one being examined. I don't understand why the man's face is so important in this case, sir. I mean, it was his hand that opened the fingerprint lock. And it was his hand that tried to thrust his knife into my body, sir. My unsettled state can testify true enough to this, sir. Yes, you have a point. The footage doesn't lie. It is. Unless the defense can find a problem with it. Alright, let's check the court records again. Boleh cek dulu gak? Tadi ketemu Dragon cuman main Otohime tabuk muka ngeselin juga. Emang. Lu menang apa kalah? Kalau menang bagus. Harus dibunuh emang itu Dragon. Main Otohime tabok muka terus. Kitanya cuman bersihin board doang. Terus abis itu kalah, buang-buang waktu banget dah. Sumpah. Menang gua, emot-emot, gas, emotin, abisin itu orang, pakai otohime kayak gitu, gak jelas anjir, hancurin aja ya itu orang. Kalau mau counter gitu harus banyak heal sih paling enggak, banyak heal sama bisa nge-ward. Kalau Dragon lawan Dragon, kalau lagi mirror nih Dragon lawan Dragon, ketemunya gituan kalah ya. Dragon gak punya ward, kecuali si Gary, sisanya nggak ada yang nge-ward. Heal juga nggak ada yang bagus. Halo Junis, gimana kabarnya? Bentar ya. Sorry lama. Ini yang lawan siapa Bang Dos? Ini yang sama Edward masih. Bicara Otohime di set terbaru SVI, Otohime jadi follower Dragon. Oh ya bagus lah. Otohime yang dewasa kan. Ada yang aneh kan di sini? Gue gak bisa ngeliat sesuatu yang aneh. Oh, gua tahu apa yang aneh. Gua save dulu tapi. Tadi ada ini yang loli. Oh, yang loli. Gue kira yang tuanya. Berarti udah kelar pak yang 5 support Uma. Belum tuh, gue satu lagi. Sisa sekali lagi main kayaknya kalau menang langsung dapat dah. Tinggal sekali lagi main, masih lama ini kan. Sampai tanggal 9 masih banyak waktu. Jadi harusnya dapat sih. Tinggal sekali lagi main terus dapat. Terus selesai deh support support ininya, support umanya. There is one thing in particular that seems rather strange. Strange. This contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may not have been Detective Goodman. Yeah. Udah ada part 2. Oh iya. Ada lagi. Gue nggak tahu, tapi support cardnya udah mau kelar sih, jadi santai. Dapat tiket bintang 3 lagi. Oh, itu yang gacha ya? Ya itu 7 hari dulu, itu masih lama dia. But this video contains such a contradiction. Interesting. Your Honor, I have a proposal. Yes, Mr. Agent. I propose we have the defense point out to us this alleged contradiction in the video. He would want me to point it out. Very well. Proposal accepted. Let us further inspect this piece of evidence. Kok kontrolernya mati mulu sih? Kebiasaan. Kabelnya udah tua banget kayaknya. I will now apply the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us this contradiction you speak of. I have to point out a problem in the video? This is the first time I've ever had to do that. You can do it, Mr. Wright. It's set up so you can fast forward, rewind, or pause the video. Just take a good look and be sure to point out the right thing. Please don't play it too many times. I can't stand watching this. How did this guy ever become a police officer? Now then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. Where's the contradiction indicates the man may not be Detective Goodman? Ini di sarung tangannya nggak sih? Siapa tahu si itunya diganjel ya. Diganjel. The thing that's strange about this video has got to be this. Yes, that is strange. Something certainly unnatural about that. What could it mean? Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Wright, but you seem to have forgotten the point of this exercise. The point? What are you looking is one thing and one thing only. Something that indicates them. Oh yeah. Rats. I need to slow down and tackle things one more piece at a time. Now what do I do? Oh, gue nggak dikasih penalti ya? Asik. Asik gak dikasih penalti. Oh. Aduh. Indikator lamps light up when it's open. Oh, berarti ini udah kebuka, boy. Bener. Ada kontradiksi, boy. Officer Mikins. Sir? Do you mean me, sir? As I understand it, the locker apparatus works like this. When you grab the handle, a sensor reads your fingerprint. If it's a match, the light turns on and the lock is released. According to my very limited experience, that's the way I understand it, sir. Gak penalti, Pak. Iya, gak penalti. Enak banget ya. Kalau penalti terus, hancur gua. Rungkat ya. If so, then something is seriously wrong with this picture. Musiknya nggak enak banget. Ganti apa? Ganti pakai yang biasa. Hanya jalan mundur dia. Moonwalk. Here, notice the light? Lagi serius soundtracknya malah komedi putar. Gak enak banget ya. What's this? It's already lit? Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle. Ah! Dia berdiri miring ya. Order! Order! What's the meaning of this? It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker was locked on the day of the crime. But the locker locks are controlled by an electronic system. When a door is shut, the sensor is triggered. And the locker is automatically locked. Oh, I know, it must have been broken down. Of course, I'm not an expert in this. That's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor would detect and report any malfunction. Oh, well. It just goes to show novices should keep their mouth shut. Kasian si Pak Hakim, yang mulia Hakim. So then, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation? Me, Your Honor? Yes. Why hasn't the locker locked? Me, Your Honor? Yes. Well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator? Huh? Oh, maybe something like jam the system sensor? Something jam the sensor. Say, there's something else that seems out of place in this video. Yeah, I thought so too. There's got to be another clue somewhere in this footage. Very well, let's inspect the video once more. The locker wasn't locked. Mr. Wright, please point out the cause for this. Oh, gua tahu, boy. Kita fast forwardkan saja. Ah. Nah, ini sarung tangan sekarang. Please watch closely. This is continuation of the part I showed you earlier. Oke, kita harus nungguin lagi. Lama banget nungguin videonya. Ayolah. Sekarang musiknya nggak muter. Sepi banget. What's this? Something white fell out of the locker. But sir, it's been my experience that things fall out when doors are open. I often fall out and roll a great distance. Bacot. We can be sure that item was completely inside the locker to begin with. What do you mean? The sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door? Inserted? Oke, kita harus nungguin satu-satu. Kenapa harus dari sini dah? Kenapa enggak dari ketika dia ini gitu? Buka pintunya gitu maksud gua. Nah, dari situ gitu. This white thing was inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor. Oh, I understand now. It's just like my tie. 2 out of 3 times it gets stuck in the door when I get out of my patrol vehicle, sir. Instead of the door closing, right? But the object would have to be extremely thin to fit in the door. Not only that, it would also have to block electrical currents. It would need to be an insulator. Yes, an insulator. But at the crime scene, there just might have been something that fits the description. I think I finally got this figured out. Halo Laples, gimana kabarnya? Sumpah nyebelin banget Pak Polnya. Dianya kurang ini deh, kurang smart. Ngeselin jadinya. Ah, ini nih insulatornya nih. Ini yang kita butuhin. Take that! I found this near the locker. A thin rubber glove. But we can't be sure that was in the victim's locker. It has a tag that says SL9 incident. The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker. But that isn't the case. The lit lamp attests to this. Sama kayak polisi di parah. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. Is this not so, Officer Meekins? Sir, it would appear so, sir. Order! Order! Ada. So are we to believe then that the victim, whom this witness stabbed in the evidence room, was not Detective Goodman? Do not be misled, Your Honor. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? The defense has merely demonstrated that possibility, and nothing more. Hati-hati Bang Lovelace, ada Kang Basel ya. Ada yang dengerin kita berbicara ya. The victim in the video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this. What? Officer Meekins, please testify about this. Sir? Me, sir? Not sure what you're referring to, sir. Oh, you mean that, sir? Of course. Is this a joke? Di India. Ngakak. Mystery Man nomor 2. There's one other thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective has used his card. Ah, okay. An ID record, I see. I have the ID record right here, Your Honor. Ooh. Dapat bonus dari kumis mereka. Makin tebal kumisnya makin jago ya. Kayak Mas Adam dari Gojek. Just before the crime, huh? Yes, without a doubt this is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transferal, while there was so few people using this room. This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases. Special cases? Extremely violent cases involving police staff. Just hearing that makes my hair stand on the end. Me too, although it doesn't make much of a difference. There were only a few cases up for transferal there, and most were cleared up by noon. Right, I see. Now let us move on to the cross-examination. There's one other thing. Is that card hanging from your neck one of these ID cards? Yes, sir. This card right next to my cuff. I keep it here so I won't ever forget it. But what if someone were to steal it from you, keeping it out in the open like that? Maybe I should wear it around my neck. Remember when I said 2 out of 3 times my tie gets stuck in the... Well, the remaining time it's my ID card that gets stuck. Instead of the door closing, my ID card shows. Maybe I should just leave this one alone. At any rate, each police officer has only one ID card. Both police department and the prosecutor's office can attest to this. Please proceed with your testimony. Okay. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. Let it be noted that this is the record the witness referred to. Let me see. Yes, that would be it, Detective Goodman. What's the matter? According to this, Mr. Edgeworth, your name is on here. So it is, Your Honor. Not that prosecutor again. Hey, maybe he's behind all this, being a prosecutor. Mommy, is that man in blue a murderer? Kenapa gua anjir? You got the wrong color, kid. It would seem. The inquiry committee will want to speak with you again today. I have nothing to be ashamed of regarding my actions or their consequences. For now, let us continue with the cross-examination. Poor Mr. Edgeworth, it must be so difficult for him. Earlier, I believe you testified that when you asked the man who showed his ID card, he pulled a knife on you. Yes, sir. He didn't show me any ID card, sir. Don't you think that's odd? I mean, if he had his ID card, all he had to do is show it to you. There wouldn't be any reason to draw a knife. Maybe he just panicked? Evidence stems from contradiction. Let's point them out. Mr. Wright, what do you think? I'm confused. What? The problem with this ID card testimony is far too obvious. It's not like Edgeworth to miss. It's not like Edgeworth to miss something like this. You're thinking too hard about it. Come on, let's show them what we've got. Langsung tunjukin aja kali ya. Yang soal Goodman kehilangan kartunya. Iya, di tanggal 221 berarti Goodman lagi nggak ada kartunya kan? Langsung kasih aja lah ya. Ya, bener. Wait one moment, Officer Meekins. I'm not good at waiting, sir. I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it in the crime scene. That makes sense. When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene. The underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present it. It's a very important clue regarding to the victim's ID card. A lost item report. It's only half completed. But it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report. Bro gitu Edgeworth. Diem aja dia. Dia kayaknya sengaja dah. Ngebait dia, ngebait. Let me guess. You believe this something to be his ID card, right? I can't say for sure, but there is a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card. Order! Order! So now, what does this all mean? It can only mean one thing. It doesn't even require much thought. The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card. Ah. Makes sense, makes sense. Does the prosecution have a response? I have only one thing to say to the defense. Bravo, Mr. Wright. Bravo. Allow me to summarize the defense argument. At 5:15 on the day of the crime, the man in the evidence room Officer Meekins encountered was not Detective Goodman. There are two grounds to support this. Kenapa ya si Edward? Si Edward? First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright? Yes. What's he up to? That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murder in the evidence room is also a fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instant of the murder. That is... Well, that's right. There's something wrong, Mr. Wright. Only moments ago you seemed content to be pointing your finger around. This isn't going to end well. Well, it seems you finally realized exactly what we've gone to such length to prove. Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth. The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in the video is a fake, which means the murder did not take place at the police department at 5:15, the day of the crime. So the real crime could only take place on one location, the underground parking lot. Aneh punggung. Punggung kenapa? Oh, I'm back. Aku punggung. At the prosecutor's office, the murderer being Miss Lana Sky, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. The trustworthy witness observed the moment the defendant used the murder weapon. Ah! Aku dijebak. Aku kena trap. or up to hot stove. I knew that testimony was way too shabby. It was all a trap from the beginning. The activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly was the victim of Officer Meekin's encounter? And where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman. Wih, gila. Ngebau gitu deh. Mulai itu baiting. Gue debate. Just so, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, you have to do something or else, Lana. Edward pakai trap card. Gua kena trap card nih. How am I to get myself out this mess? Gua nggak ada objeksi sih. Ada ini cuman kan tapi unstable jar. I better pace myself if I rush ahead. I must run into another trap. What else do? Oh, gue suruh objeksi juga. One moment, Your Honor. As object. What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven. Save sebelum malapetaka. Males banget ya kalau ngulang dari awal. Makanya harus save dulu. Of course not. But I almost walked right into the prosecution's trap. What are you talking about? This cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. The security video did not show the actual murder. Okay. Itu kamera kenapa ada di situ ya, bukan di atas ya? Kamera security mana yang di bawah dah? Nggak kompeten banget yang naruh security kameranya. Masa kamera security sedada, yang bener aja dah. However, it cannot be said that it is unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. Jang. Specifically, large amount of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defense demands further examination into the truth of the matter. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. Itu kipas apa CCTV bolak-balik? Kalau bolak-balik masih mending ya. CCTV kan emang biasanya suka kayak gitu juga ya. Mungkin ada settingannya gitu kan. Yang aneh tuh posisinya sedada. Positive thinking yang pasang CCTV-nya setinggi Shana. Shana emang tingginya sedada. Setinggi. In this court, to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared? I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident. Miskin amat gak bisa beli yang 360 sekalian. kurang dana ya, kasihan. Dananya ada yang korupsi nih kayaknya nih. This just might be my chance. Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand. Mr. Wright, do you mean? Your Honor, the defense would like to request a specific witness. Oh, whom do you have in mind? Someone we have reason to believe knows the truth. The truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room. The prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply. Very well then, Mr. Wright. This person whom you would have testified, what is his or her name? Okay. Mana ini? Jake Marshall. Officer Jake Marshall. Why him? I can't let Edgeworth know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say. The prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. You shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare. Okay, recess dulu, recess. Very well. The court will take a 30-minute recess while the witness is subpoenaed. Subpoenaed? Apa itu artinya? Baru dengar gua subpoenaed. Bahasa apa itu? Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time? We will, Your Honor. Court is now in the recess. Istirahat. Minum kopi. Halo, Lana. Gimana, tegang nggak? Halo Via, Vio gimana kabarnya? Kantin dulu nggak sih? Kantin dulu lah, beli gorengan. There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. White? Huh? What do you mean? You called for Jake Marshall. It seems you figured everything out. I haven't figured anything out. Mukanya doang ya. Harus poker face selalu ya. Jangan biarin musuh tahu gerakan kita selanjutnya. Phoenix Wright di high regard banget. Lana, you're the one who knows everything. Emma, you always know everything. Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. I don't recall ever asking for his protection. How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me? Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You've got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Sorry, detective. You better be, pal. Hey! I didn't see you there, Chief Prosecutor Sky. That's okay. So, have you brought what I asked? Oh. Apa dia? Gamsu so asik. Gamsu keren ya. Harus poker face tapi Phoenix di sini. You mean this, right? My apologies, detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request. My name? Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. Would I bother you to bring me the SL9 incident files? I need them by noon. Talk about crazy. The SL9 incident. Kenapa tuh orang kira-kira? Keren kalau nggak datang. Wah, parah. Gue denger Maboy Gamshoe di kena slender. I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Here, you might do well to read them. I can't believe you, the Chief Prosecutor, were a witness in that case. Miss Sky was a witness? Ooh, Joe Darke killings. Udah kayak nama pesulap, Joe Dark. Joe Mama. Take it from me, you don't want anything to do with serial murders. Oh, what? Now what I've brought you your stuff, you're just gonna ignore me? Emma, but why? Why is your name in here? What? My name's in there? I don't know. Les. No, it couldn't be. Anna, this SL9 incident is that. That's the classification number the police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as the Joe Dark killing. The Joe Dark? No! Lana! No! Apa dia pingsan? Emma, wait! She ran away. You know what? I just remembered. I gotta be somewhere. Sorry pal, but I'm out of here. Hey, Gamsu, jangan tinggalin gua. Mama. Jake Marshall, Angel Star, Damon Gann, Miles Edgeworth. Not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't be just coincidence. Knowing you just might be able to figure it out. And to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck. I better take a good look at this file. Gamsu lari. Parah, to be continue. Padahal kemarin udah to be continue, langsung to be continue lagi. Banyak banget to be continue-nya. Disepam to be continue gua. Salah. Atas aja. Terima aja to be. Ini semua kaos tahun pertamanya Phoenix nyambung satu sama lain. Oh iya kah? Sama yang kayak Edgeworth nih. Kasusnya balik ke kasus yang lama. Kayak mirroran gitu. Yang. Itu orang kalau lagi minum puas banget kayaknya dah. Sorry ya, gue ngomongnya sambil makan. Ini edgingnya udah bukan kayak segala forged evidence. Enggak, dia udah baik di sini, udah insaf ya. Dia udah keren di sini. Edgeworth udah jadi maboy juga dia. Oh, I know, you're a patrolman. Puas bet minumnya dah. As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind calling it out. Jake. Ada hantu yang manggil. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind. I've never heard Edgeworth described that way before. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime took place. Is this correct? According to the papers, partner. Edgeworth dah gak tergantung ke ajarannya Von Karma. Yoi, dia udah terbebas dari masa lalu ya. Sekarang dia udah free. Live a free man. Dia punya caranya sendiri sekarang. Yang baik dan benar. A desperado's soul is as boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up. Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Please share with us your testimony of the day of the crime. I can say I care for your beard. Parah aja. Yang mulia. Hajar dia yang mulia. Lihat yang mulia, dia bodoh sekali. What do you mean by two security system? I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. Yes, well, what about the fingerprint activated locks? The evidence lockers? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those? It's not being very helpful. It's not good with machines or with following orders. Everyone got their weaknesses, now don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? Kalau iya kok ada satu POV kena rosnya judge. Oh ID card dia. Apa nanti kita bakal respect ke dia? Kita harus respect. Oke, Mr. Wright, is all yours. Aduh, mau makan dulu bentar. Ini cara ngomongnya aneh bedah. Yang bener apa kalau ngomong? Segala pakai aksen kan? How does this guy avoid being fired? Ini orang kacau banget dah si Marshall. Kerjanya gak serius. Udah males. Gara-gara turun pangkat kali ya, jadinya ini apa? Gak semangat aja gitu. Kurang motivasi kayaknya. Marshall terlalu santai dah orangnya, terlalu santai sih kalau kata gue.
Oke. Ini cuman suruh ini doang ya, langsung ya? Kalau gitu langsung kita kasih aja. Yang ini spesial. Yoi, berlumuran darah. Let's go. Kasih tahu dia. Gue mau cuci tangan dulu ya. Ntar. Sorry nih.
Punten, sorry lama.
Gue tadi ngobrol tuh. The bloodstained fingerprints were at the crime scene. The blood was wiped away, however. A luminal test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall, it seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders. I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall, about the bloodstained fingerprints? Jujur, udah jujur, jangan mengelak terus. Very well, you may begin your testimony about your fingerprints. Found at the scene of the crime. Nice. Testimoni lagi. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the bloodstained handprint. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See, I had nothing to do with it. Hey, tunggu dulu deh, tahu dari mana kalau pembunuhnya pakai sarung tangan? Dia nggak pakai. Although there's room for doubt, I wouldn't be found without any doubt, partner. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. This guy is hiding something. I can feel it. Oh ya, aku juga bisa merasakannya. Phoenix, now's my chance to prove it. Gas, proof. So then, what about the bloody handprint? Wasn't mine, it's no mystery. Please explain. My locker is covered with my fingerprints. It just so happened. Where touch you? The chance of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1. On the contrary, one could argue just the opposite. The chances are that of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Get one thing straight, partner. You ain't gonna get no reward from me with a mere fingerprint. Wanna know why? Blood and fingerprint are completely unrelated. Oh, dari mana lo? They're as different as night and day. And like cereal in cereal. One's got to do with breakfast, while the other's type of a murder. He's right. Although seemingly alike, they're totally different. I don't see what homonyms have to do with this. Bukan sinonim, homonym. Or didn't you know the murderers? Emang iya? How do you know that? I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on their reports. There was a blood stain at the scene, thought to be left by the murderer. That's right. It was found on Detective Gumshoe locker. However, no fingerprint was detected on that handprint. Oh yeah, I think we tried that too. So that would mean the murderer wearing gloves happened to place their hands on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint. That's the only logical conclusion. I can't let him squirm out this one. I've got to find something decisive to tie Officer Marshall to this crime. Apa ya? Piece is missing. Found on bloody handprint. Close. Perpetrator Joe Dark. Prime serial murderer. Sentence death. Victims: Edward Jones, Edith Kirby, Jeff Bates, Jason Knight, Rachel Moss, Neil Marshall. Oh, Neil Marshall, jangan-jangan adiknya Jake Marshall. Head prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, witnesses Lana Sky and Emma Sky. Executive investigator Devin Gann, Lana Sky. Head investigator Bruce Goodman, investigator Jack Marshall's man star.
Neil saudara Jack. Oh, dari namanya udah sama ya. Neil Marshall. Bird touched the locker with where my fingerprint was by chance. The stain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. No fingerprint were detected on that handprint. Something decisive. The jar has no bottom, so the hole goes right through. There's a trace of old blood on this jar. This was evidence in the SL9 incident. The blood must be from back then. Apa ya? That's because how did you put it? Pay your respects once a month? Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. That locker happens to be mine. What do you mean? I mean what I said. That's the locker I used to when I was a detective. The locker I still use. All that's in there now though is a heap of broken dreams. I see. It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker. Apparently his fingerprint data was never removed from that locker's program. I've been using the fingerprint lock all this time without ever knowing it. Ah. Are you starting to get the picture, partner? Okay, gue udah bener. Nggak usah ngapa-ngapain. This seal of blood in the desert is just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and that's this. The security tape. So long as my trail isn't in there, you can say otherwise. This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination. Okay. Gue berhati-hati sekarang. Yes, Your Honor. Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall. What do you mean by that? You want to tie me to this crime, isn't that right, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have. But that video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots. Blind spots? As you can see, the camera is panning back and forth. The floor isn't shown. If someone is familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape. We don't have time for your speculation, Mr. Wright. Well, Mr. Wright, if you can show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present, please do so now. Apa ya? Nggak bisa di fast forward sih kalau di sini. Oh, oh gue lihat. Oh itu anjir. Oh iya iya iya. F lagi. Very well. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might wind up being the one making the mistake. Now then, let's have another look at the video. Show us this incriminating evidence. Oke, gue tahu di mana harus ngeliat. Gue ngeliat sesuatu yang beda. Di locker Jack Marshall nih, sekarang nggak ada ini kan, nggak ada ini kan, nggak ada jas. Gue asumsi ini jasnya ini sih. Masih nggak ada. Tadi terakhir ada. Aha! Ada sekarang. Nice! Jago. Pinter banget. Smart. Bring our attention back to the security camera. It's a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall. The days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. Nice! Aha! That locker with the white claws sticking out. That was the witnesses, I believe. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. Kita mundur. Jeng. Udah sih, gue masih tembus pandang aja deh. Ah, kan? Oh, the white cloth is gone. What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. Ah. Order! Hold your horses. Sorry, partner. But you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was open? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. The bird needed to hide something, so he opened a locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm wanted man? This guy isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker. Oh yeah? I'll call your bluff. You say I opened that locker? Now prove it. A fingerprint sensor? We talked about this earlier today. The locker can only be opened by the detective they belong to. What kind of crazy talk is this? Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprints locks. So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in the 8 words or less? Itu apa kulit? I only got one word for you, partner. No! Berikan aku 8 kata atau kurang. If this is a joke, it's the worst I've ever heard.
I assure you this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. He got shot! Man down! Man down! Ore! Please answer the question. What is he now? A bullfighter? That's alright, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure out the rest out from here. We can? Si Yang Mulia Hakim, Yang Mulia Hakim. Have a look at these floor plans. There's no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall. If that's so, then where was the witness? It seems Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right. The only possible conclusion. Well then, let's hear it. Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? Meekins tuh V atau K sih? Oke, konyol. Meekins yang K ternyata. Gua nggak terima. No. Gua nggak terima. Meekins yang K ternyata. Si Marshall yang V ternyata. V victim, K killer. Iya, gue tahu, cuman maksud gue si Meekins tuh V atau K aja dah. Mr. Marshall was standing right here. Yeah, but that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was. Correct. Unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. It was you dressed up like Detective Goodman?
Objection!
But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw that man's face, he'd know for sure. May I point out though that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman? He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his ID card, sir. Yes? And how did the Detective Goodman respond? He suddenly pulled a knife on me. Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it? Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card. Oh, I get it. If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? Bikin kan tertuduh pelaku saat ini. Oh iya, bener. You've got quite an imagination, partner. We got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence? He's still denying it. You're gonna have to do better than that to break out detective. Unless you have a hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim. I can say in particular care for your uncooperative disposition. I can say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of doubt? Okay. Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that. I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. Ah! This can't be happening. It's so obvious he's the one. What can I do? Kita dibantuin sama AG. AG baby. It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you've run into a wall with no place to go, return to basics. The basics? Yes, basics. For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Phoenix, try thinking outside of the box. Yeah, outside of the box. I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise, but rather I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Ah. Why do you think this locker was open in the first place? What do you mean? There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later as it has been. Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker. According to the defense argument, Officer Jack Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then, after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason. The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside. Jasnya nggak sih? Kembali ke dasar, yoi. Kembali ke laptop. Bang, aku dapat assassin laba-laba. Oh, ini ya yang boneka ya? Siapa sih namanya? Lupa gue. Gue juga punya tuh di JP tapi. Yang puppet. Lu gacha mulu perasaan banyak banget kayaknya itu Saint Quartz. Rame SQ-nya. Perhaps the video is the key that our unanswered question. I don't have any evidence, so this video is my only shot. Jasnya nggak sih itu? Masa iya sih kita semua sebodoh ini? Kan Anif warak Eski. Oh iya login ah. Banyak ya? Kasin Koji, iya Kasin Koji. For some reason, you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room, though I don't know to what end yet. However, something unexpected happened. Open locker buat sembunyiin samarannya. Iya, buat nyembunyiin jasnya. Jasnya kan ada darahnya. Dia nggak mungkin keluar berdarah-darah kayak begitu kan? When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, ayo loh, Officer Mikin jago ternyata dia. Officer Mikin's panic. And the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood. A bloody white coat? You couldn't just walk out like that. So you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, partner. Hey, iya dong. Cerdas. Now then, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth? Looks like underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. Si Edgeworth rasanya kayak nggak pedulian banget dah. Huh? 2 years ago, if you were only half as persistent then as you are today, we all wouldn't have to be here now, would we? Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did, all of it. Alright? It seems the time has come. Marshall's confession. Let's go. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. And I had managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. Ah. So the supposed victim was really you. But there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is the donor. It was way too much blood for such a small donation. Kasihan Meekins. When you say it, you mean? Do you even have to ask, partner? The SL9 incident. 2 years have passed since the case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transferal that day. Not if I have anything to do with it. That incident's not over. But what did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When the case is closed, only that case lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time, no matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. The case is mine. But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of the investigation. Why does he care so much about it? That day was my last chance. That's why I stole the detective ID and dressed like him. I planned to have the evidence up. Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transfer, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So you did it to fool the security cameras. And the detective ID card? I stole that the morning of the incident. So that really was why Goodman started filing out that lost item report. I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot. The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall. So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean the fingerprint expert lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself. But he could because rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must open the locker before Officer Marshall. Ah. You pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off? Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins certainly is one in a million type of person. Mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID. I'll have to think a little more about his race this year. When did Azure get to so much influence? Apa mau diturunin gajinya? Naikin lah, kasihan Meekins. Anyway, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry it had turned out that way. With me knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one? I don't know what to say. So you knocked Officer Meekins out, man. As to escape, I knew which areas could be caught with the camera. So you did your research beforehand. Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think it would make a difference though. The security type is arrested every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left. However, you blooded your coat in your struggle with Officer Meekins. If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins doing during that time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby. So what you're saying is on that day, there wasn't any murder in the evidence room. But the blood found at the scene certainly indicates the crime took place. What are you? Blind? The victim shown on that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner. So you stole the evidence from that locker. Actually, no I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. What? Sir Richard, where's that evidence? It's still missing, Your Honor. Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence. Gue baru dengar ada yang dicuri. Gue kira itu udah semua yang kita temuin di lokasi. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer. This is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer of yourself. This will have serious consequences. You can't just be forgiven with the simple cut in salary. Not the salary cuts. Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution. Like I said, this isn't your case. This one is mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with. The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more. I can just forget SL9 incident, you know? Incident. You know why? Kenapa? But the case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it? That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room. Joe Dark was convicted for his crime. One thing I can say for sure, he deserved his sentence. I remember the Joe Dark case. It involved serial murder, didn't it? I don't intend to complain about how it turned out, but there's something that still bothers me. Something went down at the trial. Something no one will talk about. What happened? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out. Why is he so concerned with that incident? Maybe I should present him with that I think his real reason is. Oke. Ada nama ininya kan? Adeknya apa? Nih, ambil. Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. I have the SL9 incident file here. The name Marshall is mentioned in here. In a list of murder victims. Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man? Neil Marshall. Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago. He received the same lousy prosecutor award you got. What? A prosecutor? He must be talking about the King of Prosecutors award. Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right. He was killed. And the case fell into your hands. But what's his relation to you? He was my brother. Oh, kakaknya. He was investigating the murders with Damon Gann, the then deputy chief of police. The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. Wow, jadi itu pembunuhnya, si Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was arranged and incarcerated. Arraigned and incarcerated. Arraigned tuh apa? Gue nggak tahu. Incarcerated kayaknya nggak tahu deh. Gue juga nggak tahu sih. The case was finally closed, at least according to the public reports. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. And that's it? That's your reason for your insane action? There's more to my brothers than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me. Ada udang di balik batu. Ada rahasia di balik rahasia. Sesuatu yang tidak kita ketahui. Apa ini? Penasaran gua. At least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime. That was the last day of the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with its resolution, Officer Marshall. Not satisfied with its resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. Akhirnya balik lagi ke Lana lagi. The thing that happened by a chance never ceased to amaze me. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. Chance? It's got to be more than just that. So if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot was the real one. Which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky. Langsung objection! But wait! The verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial.
Objection!
Which is why we examined the incidents at the police department today. But there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. It seems to me this boy's got the draw on you, partner. All of my mystery at the police department have been resolved, no doubt about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Sky, and the testimonies of one Miss Angel Star is complete. If you have a response, make it single word or less. Ah! I raised my case. Damn you, Edgeworth! It seems this trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt. Well done, Mr. Wright. I saw. Disproving the alleged murder at the police department. There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security cameras type really was fake. But I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana guilty. No, jangan. Gua nggak mau kalah. Oh, siapa ini? Let's go. Lana. Emma. Your Honor, wait. Emma. The defense has an objection. A scientific objection. Right? What do you mean, right? Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian? Your Honor? Oh, in a sense. Please, Your Honor, all I'm asking is for a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please. I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. Ooh. I was kind of in a shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dark killings. Now that she mentions it, the names of both Sky sisters were in that pile. But that's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprint was nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing, the other handprint. Given the traces of blood found on Detective Gumshoe's locker. But no fingerprint were found on it, right? No, but I figure if I examine it scientifically, I'd be sure to find no clue. So I ran over there and looked at it again. So did you find something? No! Huh? Sorry. I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all. Is that all? Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student. And I'm just an attorney. But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. If we can find something wrong with them. Please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. Weh, gue pro sekarang. Pro pro attorney. If anyone can save Lana, it's you. Me? Oh boy. Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright. With regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain? It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plan, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this? Mr. Wright, I'm sorry, I can't be more of use. But still, if you can't find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lana will be. Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day. Yes, Your Honor. If ever I've needed to concentrate, it's now. Konsentrasi, eh? What could be wrong with that handprint on Detective Gumshoe locker? Could there be something I'm missing? I object.
Objection!
This handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction. The only thing that seems clear is you're grasping, Mr. Wright. You've been staring pretty intently on those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them? Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing. Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on there? Yes, something that when drawn will completely change the meaning of the blood mark. Let us try the defenses and simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright. With all this evidence here, there's got to be something I can use. So something is missing in the floor plans. Oh, ini kali ya Blue Badger ya? Bener kah gua? What about that piece of plywood? The Blue Badger, mascot of the police force, defender of truth, guardian of proof. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The Blue Badger is not there, not here. So watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Ooh. Well, what? Ah! That's right. So long as the Blue Badger is dancing there, it would be impossible to place a handprint on this spot on the locker. What? Anjay. Keren, Mr. Wright. So that means, just exactly what does that mean? Ayo Hakim, berguna dikit. It means it can be done. What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably on that locker. Don't look at me. I didn't put it there. Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically. Emma, maskot talangin handprint berdarah. Iya kan? Ini nih, sesuatu yang di luar otak, di luar box maksud gua. On that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the Blue Badger to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker. So that must mean this blood mark was left there before the Blue Badger was brought in. Just one moment. I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom. It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once, but twice. But how? One time was captured on this tape, taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand, from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is, the other time. Gue suka lagunya, Jay. Lagunya bagus. Seru banget lagunya. Someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered. Let's go! That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim. The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker. So then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred. When did the first incident occur? To summarize, the defense claims that prior to the officer meetings being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room. That's right, the blood mark on the locker proves this. Very well, then tell us. Oh, gua save dulu. Jai, lagi hype banget kalau udah kayak begini. When did this first incident occur? As Mr. Edgeworth said, proof must be presented. Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that. Now then, will the defense please present its evidence? Oh, ini pasti kan? Ada satu yang kita nggak tahu nih punya siapa nih, si 420, si nomor 77777777. If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter it. And in order to do so, an ID card would have been required. An ID card? Oh, the ID card record. Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at, let's see here, 4:50. If the crime took place before that time, then it would be 4:40 p.m. Miles Edgeworth, just what have you done? I never would have figured you had the nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it could have been me. Nope, I ain't getting it. I'm afraid I don't understand either. It's clear from the luminal test the blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away. The real murderer. I would have just had 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. Plot on the plot, yoi. That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room. Let's look at the chart again. 420 kan? Ada. Gue percaya ya sama Miles Edgeworth. Dia nggak mungkin ngebunuh. Gue percaya. Talk about the lucky number. But wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room? Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went inside with 77777777. Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. Find out whose ID number is 7777777777. That's 172 many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card. At least at present. What? Explain yourself, son. The ID number 777777 belonged to someone with a rank of captain or higher. Someone who is so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity. Objection! But that's ridiculous. That's how. I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There is one situation in which we can be granted such authority. And an official charge filed against an executive is accepted. An official charge 77. Ini kayaknya kita mau ngeluarin ini kita Utopia. You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates. Objection! I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate it if you would keep your slander to yourself. Now lu, jangan nge-slander Miles Edgeworth lu. Slander, is it? Okay. Let me ask a question. Yes? No, not you. To her, the defendant sitting over there. Their own little executive. Anna? Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course, we've looked up her ID number, and it's not 777777. Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident. The SL9 incident? Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? Tragedi. Gila itu podium dipakai 3 orang sekaligus. Atau emang udah pindah ke sebelah gua? I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for the trial. At the time, occasionally we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least I did. Anna, I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law. Defendant, just what are you saying? I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look at me, an investigator? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say you did? Chief Prosecutor, you did? I don't have to, Officer Marshal. Why won't you answer him? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. Di sidang 2 tahun lalu ada forged evidence? Gila. But Lana, even if it involved forging evidence. No. Lana suka nyembunyiin sesuatu dah. Ini orang kenapa dah? See, that's what I'm talking about. No. No! Order! 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 Lana's remarks caused such commotion. The chaos in the courtroom could not be quelled. The conclusion of the trial. Ya. Di Lana suka bikin drama anjay. Kalem apa kalem? Bisa aja bikin drama mulu. Nah ini nih investigasi terakhir kita. Wright and Co. Law Offices. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. Women. I didn't know. I never knew that the SI9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings. Sounds like everyone heard about these killings but me. Phoenix lagi di mana pas lagi zaman ini? Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used me. She used what happened to me. What do you mean what happened to you? It's all there in the file. Joe Dark last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh ini kasus bikin aneh pusing. Bikin drama mulu si Lananya dah. Nyusahin anjir. Mau dilindungin tapi nggak mau. Maunya dibunuh mulu anjir. Maunya dieksekusi dah. Maunya dipenjara. Apa lagi yang mau dipenjara? When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma? On the night Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me. What? He tried to kill you? Ah! Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me. No, Neil! Phoenix lagi kena sidang kasus juga kayaknya. Emang iya? So that means you... Yes. I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial. I didn't see that one coming. It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of the year too. Wow, coincidence. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. Then suddenly, a terrifying man came bursting into the office. Joe Dark. It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Jake Marshall's brother. Joe Dark tried to take me hostage, but before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then, what happened? I'll never forget it. Lightning struck and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lightning up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my head. I can still see it now. A permanent picture. I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall. So you weren't able to testify about that? No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why why she made up the crime. Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence? The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Edgeworth? Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean. It's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened. So it's true, even though he may not have known it. Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold like she is today. She must not have been able to face up what she did, especially not to Emma. Neil Marshall ketusuk. Kasihan Neil. Neil! What did you see in the instant that the crime occurred? Ah! Jangan Neil! Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Neil Marshall stepped right in front of this poor girl. I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. Si Emma buat anaknya SMA 2 tahun yang lalu ya. Kayak udah anak 20 tahun aja, tua banget mukanya. Emma. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma. You've been through so much. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that instant. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. 2 years ago. I must have been 14. That's understandable. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That's why Lana would never have to forge any. You see, I think I finally started to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime. Something puzzling. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma. What is it? You said you were in Lana's office at that time, right? That's right. Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a persecutor. Oh, there's some mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police? Of course. This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office? Because the detective office and the questioning room are right across the elevator. Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force. What? That's news to me. After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. Lana used to be a detective? I'd better have another talk with her. Okay. Easy. Mana Lana, ini orang nyembunyiin banyak betal dah. Dari publik dan dari gua. Halo, Nyonya pembohong. Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence? I didn't think you were that type. Criminals don't mind playing foul. Why should we? But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana, Emma told me about you. Oh, about how you were a detective 2 years ago, and how the SL9 incident was the reason of your transfer to the prosecutor's office. That's right. Could you fill me in on the details, especially about the unusual change of jobs? I suppose you have the right to know, Mr. Wright. Ini gue udah tiga trial deep, dua trial deep. Lu nggak bisa nyembunyiin sesuatu lagi dari gue. Tumpahkan semua yang ada di perutmu. A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today. Not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected not as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial, it really wasn't fair, wasn't it? Was it? I believe in you, Lana. I believe that no matter what happened, you'll always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15 there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana. What the witness, Miss Starr, said about you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma, this doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so phased before. It's true, I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing. Pose dong. Gak pose gak keren. They still talk about all the cases and Chief Gant cracked together. Chief Gant. He was the deputy chief of the police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes. Damon Gant. He was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed. Emma really idolizes her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I was planning on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience in investigating crime scenes, so you could use the experience in court, right? Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detective investigating Dark. Second in command? That means the investigation lead was Damon Gant. The lead was Damon Gant, right? Yes, Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigation. They even had the same office. We led a team of the best detective on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was Jake Marshall and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was a serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That that was when his final murder took place. When he tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us. Devin Gunn and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gunn and Marshall let their guards down, then fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gunn and myself. That's where you found me. So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana. It appears so. I was filing some papers. Wow. Itu siapa si Joe Darknya? Di atasnya si Neilnya. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies. Prosecutor Marshall, the victim Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck the final blow before he died. Joe Dark has incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. I can't blame her after all her sister must have gone through. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident? That's right. Quite a coincidence, huh? I don't buy it. What are you saying? Phoenix jadi skeptis. Anjay, suka gua sama Phoenix. There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident. Just by chance. But that case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Mr. Marshall. Yes, his action came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office Demon Gunn was an eye sheriff. The office that Mr. Gunn now occupies by himself, the chief's office. Maybe you should have a look at the chief's office, the site of the final SL9 murder. Ada udang di balik batu. Howdy, Bambina. Oh, Mr. Marshall. I never thought things turned out this way when I woke up this morning. Pues Sera. You never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambina? I should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning. Billy? Must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner. But Mr. Marshall, why did you do it? Why do prosecutor head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about it, it was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean, fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent. Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. Murder weapon? You mean the That switchblade knife with the broken tip? That was Joe Dark's alright, but in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised. A question. The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. What does that mean? It means there is a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibly have been erased. Could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence? That case left behind scars on all of us. The scars that the SL9 incident left behind. I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. Oh ya, gua rasa gantengan abangnya deh. Atau adeknya. Kayaknya dia adeknya deh, karena kelihatannya lebih muda deh. I just met the detective when it went down. It was our first case together. How old was he? Your brother. He was 27 at the time. He was awarded with the highest honor of that very day. The highest honor? You mean the king of the prosecutors? I knew it. What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother. The day of SL9 took place, that wasn't the same day as... That's right. It was the day of the evidence transfer. Interesting. It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall there was thunder. I can't believe 2 years have gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty. There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in the investigation save one was taken care of. The star was fired and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? If they did something to him, too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. Hey, who are you talking about? Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Demon Gant and Lana Sky. The investigation lead, Demon Gant, and his second in command, Lana Sky. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of the duo. That case was the biggest step in both of their career. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yeah, Demon Gant and the new chief of police arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since he left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Sky was totally different when she was a detective. Now that he mentions it, Emma said something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister? Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. Lana's secret. It all started 2 years ago. Masih aja nyembunyiin sesuatu ini orang. So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. There's something for sure I found out in the court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict, but someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Demon Gant. Ada apa ini abang-abang ini? Ini kakek-kakek kayaknya nakal dia nih. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. Kenapa tadi dia? Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina. Dadah, Marshall. Kasian Jack Marshall dipecat. Nggak bisa masuk ke sini. One's here today. Not even Miss Star. Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. There must be where the detectives are. But we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case. But instead, it looked like we just end up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow. Yeah, the Edgeworth guy. Mr. Edgeworth isn't here. Maybe he's being questioned by an inquiry committee. It took a real beating in court today. Yeah, with Lana admitting to falsifying evidence 2 years ago. I guess we'll just have to come back later. Saya cuma nyeritain itu doang. Oke, berarti harus ke polisi ya, tapi ke mana dah? Ke sini gitu. This place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted. That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes. Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Thanks. Wow, he actually talked to us. With the chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do. About Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media and tomorrow's trial. There's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word usually used for those. I'm sure we'd like to have a look around Chief Gan's office. Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor. Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officer or anything. Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits. Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office. Dikasih tahu anjir, bodoh. Bodoh dah. February 24. Oh. Oh, where am I? The chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? Yeah, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss B, Little Miss Bach. Gue tadi pengen Miss Beach. Beach kayak pantai gitu maksud gue. I thought I was a genius until they tried teaching me. I never could remember where C was. Oh, dia ada di sini. Oh, it's you too. Chief Gan. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. It's alright though, have you been swimming lately? No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too with Mr. Marshall's misconduct. And Lana's provocative statement. Provocative statement? You mean about the forged evidence? 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. See that picture on the wall over there? That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. That is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We took it to commemorate our work together. Something not right with this picture. I can't quite seem to put my finger on it though. Okay. Dia kenapa suka buat natapin orang dulu deh? Anyway, I like to reminiscence all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to look up here, so let's go out together. Oh, but this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. Gila diusir. Looks like we aren't welcome. It seems that case isn't over with yet. after all. What do you mean? Chief Gan denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. Mean like a clue? There's got to be a way we can get inside the chief's office. Edward sudah balik belum ya? Belum ya. Hak tuh apa ada maksudnya? King gitu? Hey pal, Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in the meeting? I'm just taking a breather. My feet hurt from sitting so long. Actually, from serving everyone coffee. Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Kasian Gumshoe. Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No? Why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battles between you two in court. That sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said? That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood. Yikes. But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Anaska is the guilty party here, isn't she? Regardless, a prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there have been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as prosecutor kept him safe from who don't like him. But now with this, are there really so many people who hate him? In our world, only those with talent rise to the top, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know for making enemies. Hey Dick, keep up the good work. Yes sir. Let's go out for lunch again sometime. My treat. Yes sir. You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay Dick? Yes sir. It seems you don't have any problems with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing. He seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find anything? The only evidence Dark left behind was during his final attack. His final attack? You mean when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl? Ah, me. It seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all. Well, what was it? Let's see. I think it has something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forget. Look, it's all written somewhere in here, okay? His powers of recollection never fail to impress me. Maybe you should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory. Ooh, thank you. Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman. A businessman? What made him take to serial killing? One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. With his car? So it was an accident. An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal. An animal? He killed a man that witnessed the accident. Then he killed a lady. The kid walked by then, so he killed him too. The Joker came upon the scene and he was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in. He seems he was a pretty careless animal. Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence. So he turned himself in. Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim. Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. That last witness, Emma. About this. Hey, that has a tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be broken murder weapon you were speaking of. What are you doing with it? Ever since that case was closed, that knife been locked away in the locker. On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker and was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler. That's it. Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all come back to me. Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again! This knife, it was Joe Dark's, wasn't it? That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at. Plus, he had his fingerprint on it too. But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right? That's where he's locked right now. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken. You don't have to take a good look on to notice that. Yeah, well, anyway, take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in. Where was it? The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Dark's knife? You bet, down to the last fiber. That's pretty conclusive. Stabbed in the back, died from punctured heart and lung. A knife tip was found in the wound. Switchblade knife. The broken tip was found in the victim's body. Belonged to murderer Joe Dark. Drake. Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief again. It's not money, but it does concern the Chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The Chief's out now, and his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around, if that's okay. Well, any detective's ID card can lock the door. What? Really? But if I let the civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust. Breach of trust? Simply put, I'd be canned. Oh. Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you. How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's. That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died. Oh. So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office. I wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind. Apa yang bikin dia ganti ininya ya? Ganti pikirannya ya? He was counting the blood stain on that evidence locker with his life. That's more than you can say about most officers nowadays. He would have saved us a lot of trouble if he hadn't got it so well. I have to admit he's right, though. As to the blue badge, we were able to prove another possibility today. Another murder took place prior to 5:15 p.m. their police badge. Enough said. I wish I had a badge. Even an ID card would be nice. Somewhere. Or maybe it's one of those memories people have from previous lives. This must be the most uninformative detective I've ever met. Something about it makes me feel uneasy. It's like I'm in the chief's office and he's yelling at me. Chief, yeah. Where could I have seen that before? Ya, sama ya. Itu cuy ada fastnya. Gimana cara kita ngasih taunya dah? Kok dia nggak mau nengokin sih? Gak ada lagi dah. That's 172 minute detective. I just might have a hunch. Oh. Oh, is that a new type? I've never seen that wall before. Add 3 inches to your base height. Base height. Hey, let me see that. Blooming tall. New and improved growth formula. I mean, this can't detect any blood traces? Well, it's not quite the same thing as luminol. So that's why lady at the counter had that smirk on her face. Dia beli apa anjir? Kok dia nggak mau ngomong? Dia nggak mau nge-share apa-apa ya soal apapun deh. Ayah. Kosong ya di sini ya. Oh enggak deh, ini ada orang. Oke. I wonder if Azure is back yet. There he is. It looks like he's writing something. What are you doing here? He sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh? I've had to live the past 2 years without rumors flying around. Was another allegation to me. Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you. That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. But that's what you do. So what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all days. Nice. there's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I can do erase the fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean, that the evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error. My responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. That fact remains the same no matter what excuse I might have. Mr. Edgeworth, I take pride in my work, so tell me why. Why has it all come to this? Even Edgeworth can keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First last year's trial, and now this one? It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on trial. Tomorrow is the last day. It's too late to change prosecutor. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that the case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists are run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists. That is odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been the part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That's what really the only thing on my mind at the time. Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time. That picture. Something seems strange about it. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered? You're participating in the ceremony over at the station, right? I never cared about ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this. Those receiving awards can exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning and then drove over to the police department. You finished up at the office? Yes, just odds and ends. Clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back. Take something back? This. Oh yeah, Chief Gunn asked you to hold on to that, didn't he? Yes, it was a piece of evidence in the case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. That's the story you heard yesterday. This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gann's office. The prosecutor Niall Marshall he had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutor's Trophy. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Yes? The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding. It's a little different than yours. Yes, you're right. Ah, I remember now. I remember what? That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design. A story? Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. This word originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with two characters. The first means halberd and the second means shield. Have you heard this story? Me? Oh, sure, everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it though? For Emma's sake. Very well. Long ago, in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day, he presented the king with two items. The first was halberd. He claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield. He claimed could withstand any weapon. Wait a minute. Those claims contradict each other. Very imperceptive. But then again, you've heard the story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very description of this item discredits them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless. And thus the Chinese word for contradiction went wrong. Yang ngejualnya payah aja. Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and the broken knife symbolize precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's item. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words, but it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this. Wow, thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today. That's funny. That's so. And why were you only given the shield? You'll have to ask Chief again. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the word abolished. Chief again. Salah. He didn't even look that off. If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says letter of resignation. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean. Lah, dia undur diri. I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died. But Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault. I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should ever forgive me either. Uh-oh, I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. This letter of resignation, I wonder if I can use it for anything. Edgeworth's discarded letter of resignation. He's serious. Kenapa ada tulisan he's serious nih? Oke. Kita akan merindukanmu, Edgeworth. Semoga cepat baliknya. Excuse me. Would you either of you care for a quarter pound of roast beef? Miss Star, I guess he's out of lunches. You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. Still, I never thought you'd go digging up the case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due for transfer. This can all be attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know that little scene I happened to witness? The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife? No matter how much of the past you digged up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. It stars hatred towards Lana. Lalu sih, gimana kabarnya? Udah farming relic buat saber. Gue baru farming planarnya doang. Itu juga nggak dapat lagi yang bagusnya. Gue farming di Divergent Universe kan lebih cepet soalnya. Gue biasanya farming dari ini, dari simulated, tapi kelamaan dari Divergent cepet banget. Si itunya kenceng banget Acheronnya di buff sama iniannya Divergent, gak jelas anjir. Ngakak kata gue. Acheronnya jadi kuat banget tiba-tiba. Gak jelas Divergent emang. Kalau di simulated kuat, cuman B aja gitu, kayak normal, masih normal. Kalau di Divergent kuat banget anjir. Masa si Kokolianya dilempar bom sama apa itu namanya? si Guinaiven langsung mati anjir. Guinaivennya juga kuat bet ya. Sumpah dah ngakak bet kata gue. Dilempar bom sekali mati anjir kokoliannya. Gak nemu-nemu anjir si itunya. Pakai farming artifak juga nggak tahu farming artifak apa. Gue ngikutin yang dari saran dari gamenya aja, suruhnya itu ya udah gue farming itu aja. Tapi gue rasa planarnya dulu aja dah. Planarnya sampai sekarang belum nemu-nemu. Udah dari Finon keluar kalau nggak salah. Dari Finon keluar gue mulai farming. 2 hari yang lalu berarti. Sebelumnya juga sih, cuman nggak ini aja. Gue udah habisin 3000 energi buat relik, dikit doang yang busuk. Dikit doang yang busuk berarti semuanya bagus gitu maksudnya. Dikit yang bagus maksudnya. Oh. Gue kira dikit doang yang busuk berarti semuanya bagus. We trailed him for a half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall. Though must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her, Anna Sky, my sister. The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo, Anna and Chief Gan. That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. I mean, with the forging of evidence. Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear while other items were kept secret. But you don't have to prove anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us, save Goodman, were relieved of our duties, most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana's got transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Anna always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite simple as it appears. Anna Sky was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used. Demon Gan and Lana Sky. Gan led the investigation with Lana second in command. They were the best. They solved all kind of cases together, didn't they? Demon Gan's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. His magnetism? By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He produced the most incredible evidence in the case he handled. Incredible evidence? You mean? Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him though. I take it she's talking about forged evidence. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives want to be like her. Really? Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall? When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would ever recover from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. Miss Star. Oh, hujan! Gue kira cerah. Ini cerah banget di dalam. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. Chief. That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secure. There was only one thing left for him to control, and then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. What? If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. Wow, jangan-jangan Chief Gant nih jahat ternyata. But how he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her change. At last, I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Star. You listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. Hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. Oh, Mr. Star, Mister kan? Mister ternyata orang baik ya. Oh, you're back. You still here? I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ. You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh, that DJ. I gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you in the chief's office, period. It'd be my neck on the line. That office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. Let's take a look in there. Ayo, kasih gua masuk. Nih, baca. What's this crumpled up piece of paper? No way! Mr. Edger can be serious. Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they pushed him this far. Mr. Edger really feels responsible. When I first met him, I thought he was as cold as ice too, but I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence, but we betrayed him. Detective. That's it. I've made up my mind. But here, take my ID card. You can't do that. If someone found out, they wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report. Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edger. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. What? So at least let me do this. For Mr. Edger's sake. Alright, detective. Thank you. Aww. So sweet banget. Kalian berdua. Oke. Waktunya masuk. There goes Mr. Right. Bukan kayak gitu. There goes Mr. Right. We're in. If anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshoe's a goner. If that happens, I'm counting on you all to bail me out. Ah! Siapa yang ditabok? Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Ah! Detective Gumshoe! What are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. I came too. You're here. And what's the point in giving us your ID card? Gumshoe's ID card crushed and rendered unusable in pocket. Hey, don't do that! Don't do that to my card! Dihancurin. I hardly ever get the chance to come in here, so I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now. You really do want to get fired, don't you? And if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out. I've got a bad feeling about this. This is the real deal, isn't it? The armor and these weapons. Sure is, pal. The chief doesn't care for imitation. First the pipe organ, now this armor. Do you know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room? What? You mean we're paying for this? That's it, I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes. You don't have any taxes to pay. Jeez, be careful of what you say. Who knows, the chief may be hiding in this armor as we speak. I don't think he'd fit in there. Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out. Cut it out, you guys. Don't know how scary that guy can be. This is safe, isn't it? Safe. That word is ripe with intrigue. Okay, if you say so. It looks like what needs to be entered in this panel to open it. Gua harus masukin 7-digit number. I think I just might know what it. Do you know what it is? I have a hunch. Oh, I know. You wanted to try my birth date? Bener gak? Bener! Let's go! Bingo! What number did you enter? Whose birthday was that, pal? 77777. The final ID card number on that record. What? The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day. You mean 7777777, that ID number? I think you're 17 shy this time. This can only be one thing, that Chief Gan's ID number. Say, anyone care to look inside? Lihat. Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away? Look, it's a sharp from a broken cup. This somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? There's something else in here too. What's this? It looks like a piece of leather cloth. Ooh. This is a handprint, isn't it? Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. I think the chief made up the design. Oh, I don't think so. Oh, well, it was just a thought. That it? This is all that was in the safe? Apparently so. It's empty now. A piece of cloth with a handprint on it, and a broken shard from a cup. They look like a piece of evidence. Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here. Great, now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. Or these two items related to the SL9 incident. Come on, there's gotta be something you can show to the detective. Gue masih mau cek-cek dulu. Wow, look at the size of the Chief's Gan's desk. Speaking of that, when we were here simply. Oh, it's you two. He put that paper he was reading on his desk. Udah kayak maling ya. Kita bertiga kayak maling dah. I wonder what he was reading. This looks like a list of evidence. A list of evidence. In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this though. Hey, look at the case name. Huh? SL9 incident. I wonder what this is doing here. Hold on, detective. What did you just say? I said I wonder what. No, about the evidence list. Normally they're twice as long. That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of the evidence. A half-sized list of evidence. The list of evidence seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. Dia ngomong hal yang sama soal ini. What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it. The chief must be hiding something about that case. It would appear so. Ooh. Was ripped in half. So this part is all I've got. The chief's organ sure is a sight to behold. Occasionally we hear him playing it from the criminal affairs department. When the detective screws up, the chief calls them to his office and makes them listen to the organ for hours. What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul. After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except for the ringing in their ears. So it's an instrument of punishment, literally. But aren't the chief's ears affected too? They never listen to anyone's anyway. That's besides the point. This is Lana's desk. It sure is tidy. Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner. There's not even any dust on it. Looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here? No. Chief Gan must still keep using it. Keep it clean in memory of their partnership. They were stuff of legends are made of. Does he keep it in memory of her? Or in memory of the crime? Mostly empty. Never to tell. Look at that giant window. Makes you want to crash through and jump outside. This is the 50th floor. I know, I was just saying. Saying what? Ever since making Detective, I've always dreamed about doing something like that. Not to sell, Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams. So long as he doesn't go crashing through that window. When he gets fired. Don't say that. This was taken on that day 2 years ago. The day Joe Dark ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma. After receiving his award, trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here. Then went along with Chief Gunn again to question Dark. I bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later. Gee, you think? Kasian ba? The desk on the other side of the room, was that your sister's? Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana. On that day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now? No sir, this is entirely Chief Gan's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. That's a strange reason to leave it there. He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us to saw himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. I see. So ever since Lana left, no one ever touched the desk. No one except Chief Gan and the cleaning lady who's in here each morning. Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining. Can I ask you something? Sure. You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes? I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think? Nah, you wouldn't be... No. No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay, now then let's look around a bit more. Hey, hold on, not so fast, buddy. Huh? What is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to stop bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go at that. Sorry, this guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you? You don't think Chief Gan might be a suspect, do you? What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? Chief Gan, so it's finally come to this. Apakah dia seorang penjahat? Kamu nakal ya. Jangan nakal ya. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best that I don't divulge my feelings yet. There you go, ignoring me again. Yeah. Detective Gumshoe, would you have another look at this jar? I remember when the three of us put them back together. Those were the days. It's kind of early to be nostalgic. Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case? That's right. One of the shark had an SL9 incident sticker on it. Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found? You mean this one? That was in the safe? Yes, that one. That was in the safe. Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Assemble the fragments. Fragments! Assemble! Here, let me see that chart. I'll take a crack at this. Go ahead, pal. Show us what your rookie can do. It's alright. Here's some glue. If I can piece this together again, I'll prove Chief Gen was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. Ooh. Hey, let's go! There! It fits like a charm. That of course means Chief Gen willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But, hey guys, get a load of this! What is it? This piece you just attached. It's different from the others. Whoa! Apa itu? There's reddish line on it. A reddish line? That's blood! I don't get it. Why would Chief Gan hide this in his safe? Salah mencet lagi. I feel a lot better though, now that this jar is complete. But it only raises another question. What was a piece of it doing in the chief's office? More importantly, why wasn't there any money in there? Isn't that what safes are for anyway? I have a feeling that the outcome of tomorrow's trial just might hinge on this. That's what the chief was reading before, isn't it? You know, when we first came in here. Yeah, it looks like the right side of the form's been torn off. So Mr. Edgeworth's list really was only half of the whole thing. Something else is bugging me more than that. Take a look at the back of the form, pal. Back. Ada belakangnya. Wow, apa ini? I wonder what this is. It looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here. What is it? Did you find something? Can't make it out. I'd better keep quiet about it for now. Oh, no, it's nothing. Why are your eyes moving about like that, Mr. Wright? I'd better not forget about this picture. Okay. Ada ini cuma doang ya. Udah kali ya habis ya. Ya nggak bisa ya. Kira mau dia. Berarti gue masih harus di sini dulu. Banyak banget ya ini ya. Ini kan evidence-nya aja. Hey, look there. It's hard to make it out, but dark red stain here. Looks like blood. This piece the chief has is different though. Blood stains on the other pieces are just spots, but this one's a line. That's odd. Huh? This thing doesn't have a button. That's weird. I wonder which side is up. Better yet, what's the purpose of a bottomless jar? At least it doesn't collect dust, right? Yang satunya lagi tuh buat apa? Kasihin juga ini gitu. Suruh ngapain lagi deh ini dah? Acting Detective Gun must have entered the evidence room along with someone else, someone with the executive officer number. Apalagi yang belum dieksamin. Ini udah semua. Ini udah. Mejanya udah. Organnya udah. Ini udah. Kacanya udah. Ada yang harus gue tunjukin gitu ke Gumshoe, Mr. Shoe. Piercing heart and lung. Nggak bisa dilihat ya. Gue suruh ngapain? Nggak ada suruhan lain. Maksudnya nggak ada yang jelas gitu harus ngapain. Gue harus ngepresentin lagi deh, evidence lagi deh. Cuman gue nggak tahu apa. Ntar dah. Perlu present apa lagi gue ya? Soalnya yang satunya lagi nggak ada. Present. Foto dia nggak mau lihat. Sisanya nggak ada apa-apa. Day 3 investigation. Fingerprint set. Oh. Anjay, gue nggak tahu, nggak ada di gua soalnya. Alright, go to town. Sheesh. What are you doing? Are you just sticking out your hand like that? Go ahead, take my fingerprints. It's not your fingerprints we want to take. Huh? Come on, this isn't time for jokes. We're talking about that cloth we found in the safe. Oh, I know that. One with the handprint on it, right? Jeez, what your sense of humor? Where's your sense of humor? Oh, let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. Are you my mom? I don't have to be told a million times. Ayo. Yang banyak. Nice. Ya, nggak mirip. One that happened right here in this room. Yuk. Sorry, gue habis dari toilet tadi. We should check the fingerprints of everyone who was in here that day. The way I see it, there's a higher power at work here. You just gotta have faith. Yang mirip ya. Ini mirip. Oh, ini punya Emma. No, how can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprint are they? Huh? Oh, it seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be dark prints. Shish. Hey, you over here. What's going on here? What are that kid's sprint doing inside the chief's safe? Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma's for now. Here, maybe you should hold on to this. Hey. Well, was I any help? Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. But that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for this ID card, it would have been useless. Isn't that right? Isn't that right, you in the coat? Chief Gan! Didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in science. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw the stray dog run into a pole. And then I thought of a certain detective. Do you mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have you asked all to leave. Yes, sir. Sorry. You in the coat. Me, sir? Drop off your ID on the way up. You won't be needing it anymore. But, sir. Now get out. Yes, sir. But we'll be on our way too then. Wait, you're the one with the spiky hair. Don't go yet. Me, sir? I'd like to work with you. Sir, I'm not with the spiky hair. You're free to go. It's alright. Oh, Lana, kenapa dia? But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why was she kept eerily silent about it all this time? Anyway, you listening to me? I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the chief again. There, pal. Dada. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day. Oh, gue sendiri nih. I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really, I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. No, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. He did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth. Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. Saatnya comeback kah? Mulai terbuka dia. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you were unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? So you think I'm protecting this person? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edward will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it though that Chief Gan's name was never mentioned? Chief Gan? Edward didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, you, but also one other, Damon Gan. If you intend to accuse Chief Gan, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gan falsified evidence in that case. This found this in the safe of prosecutor's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? That piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gan himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him? Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised. I cannot disobey the chief's order. Even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but cooperate in the murder of Detective Goodman. Or perhaps I should say follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Ooh. Kenyataannya. I couldn't just leave that knife in him, so I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. That would be Edward's knife. That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. And that is the reason for the bandage on your right hand? Yes. It seems that I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then she saw me just as I plunged the knife in. Miss Star, huh? Oh, jadi itu yang sebenarnya. In Edward's exhaust pipe. Right, then I called my sister to tell her what happened and to ask her hide the knife. That was inside my muffler. You asked Emma? I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. A bad feeling? The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gan, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jack Marshall. To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed him. I needed help. He was the only person I could trust, or at least I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Oh, you mean not wanting the case to die? He decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. Oh, full story-nya ini ya. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared. Okay. Gimana cara kita ngalahin Chief Gen anjir kalau dia sekuat itu? Dia punya banyak string attach. Ya sebenarnya kenapa dia ngebunuh si Jack Marshall? Bukan Jack Marshall, siapa? Nile. Ada dendam pribadi kah? Something's been happening behind the scenes. Edgeworth. Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 777, the ID number is, that is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True, not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, right? And Chief Prosecutor Sky will be found guilty. But she didn't do it. I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Anna's hiding something, and the only way I will ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth? Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, right? Kita kerja sama ya, harusnya tag team ini. This is it. Yeah, we're going to find out what Chief Gano has on her. Is now. Yoi, last trial. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? Lana, that is to say, the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? Having heard that she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, I should save everyone's a lot of time and trouble. What's this all about? The defendant. What's this all about, defendant? No, Lana! Aduh, ini orang. Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. This can't be happening. It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court find the defendant. No! Yes. One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty, beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut? Woi, keren banget. I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Jan. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes? Sorry, but I'm no longer a naive little boy you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal. Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh, to whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Sky. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to I don't care what you think, Miss Sky. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Very well. The court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gan? Worthy. You'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Miss Emma Sky, please take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. Yoi, Edgeworth. Anjay. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. Well, okay then. You sure gave in fast. Now, untung gampang bet dipersuasi si yang mulia hakim. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead the truth behind this trial. Yoi. Mari kita selesaikan ini, Phoenix. Aku bersamamu. Kita berdua. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Dr. Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. You've got to admire him for his courage considering he has no evidence. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. Yoi. Ntar dah. Rasanya kayaknya ininya lain dah. Single step wound. Oh, nggak dikasih tahu ya, heart and lung ya. The time the weapons found and wound was missing tip. Nggak dikasih tahu ya ditusuk di mana ya. A man. Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer. Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of the ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest. When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right? Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Sky and Gan's office. There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened the door to have a look. That's when I saw him. What was the prosecutor doing there? That day there were two people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gann and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Almost forgot about Gann. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutor Awards. The young and dedicated, though he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony. I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark. When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead. That's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in. Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark, and just then the lights went out. The lights? It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on, and lightning struck nearby, so the electricity went out. Wait a minute, if it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't be able to see anything, right? But just then lightning flashed out right outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image on the scene of my mind. The detective? Yes, Detective Goodman, he was in charge of the case. Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago? Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial. And you told Detective Goodman what you see? Yes, but at the time the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. Picture, yes. I think she mentioned that before. This picture, the witness drew, I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't have a certain picture. Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony? Ah, udah nih. Nah, ini nih ada nih, langsung. Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for the case, I wasn't handed such a picture. Ah, what's this? Kok miring sih? Hey, that's it. That's the picture I draw. Indeed, two men appear to be wrestling here. What's the meaning of this?
Me? What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together from two from one. Ooh. You can see the marks here, where they were torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious that what happened 2 years ago. Only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you. What? What? Kasihan Edgeworth. What? What? But Miss Kai, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list? Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means, Your Honor, are you all right, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. Yes, that's quite conceivable. Mr. Edgeworth? It's possible. Let's see. Is something wrong? Do you even have to ask? Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing. That thing. That thing that was dancing in the evidence room. Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of the certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap papers. Oh. Very well. Witness, will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago? Udah di-update ya, gue pengen liat dong. Kok miring kayak begini sih? Huh? Oh, yes sir, Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture. Yang ngomongin Blue Badger. Oke. Mari kita cross-examine. Did you draw this picture right after the incident? I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything. During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Gann and Lana Sky. 2 or 3 days later, the memory should still have been fresh in her mind. Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why the picture is painted all black? You were knocked onto the floor. Dark had the tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. Halo Free, jarang-jarang ada yang main Asta Torni. Yoi, gimana kabarnya? I turned around and that's when the lightning flashed. Poor Emma. I'm just glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after the lightning flashed? After that, I must have fainted. You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place? No? I'm sorry. The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint.
Do you really need to torture this girl any further? What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here. Anyway, this picture. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course, this is the exact scene. It wasn't influenced in any way of your talk from your talks with the detectives. Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. I'd better watch out or he might some way to cut my salary. I drew this picture before I heard anything. I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me. Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture? Huh? Oh, well, kita save dulu. That's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind. And yet, there's clearly contradiction here. Bagian atasnya itu apaan? Ya bukan. Au. Apa sih pisaunya gitu? Pisaunya patah. Apa ya? Semangat bang sampai kelar, yoi, semangat terus. Nah itu dia, katanya ditusuk dari belakang kan, bukan dari depan. Makanya gue dari tadi nyariin, perasaan tadi gue pernah denger kayaknya si Neil tuh ditusuk dari belakang, dari punggungnya. Oh nggak ada gitu. Oh itu, iya kan bener kan? I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it just like it was yesterday. Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture? Gue gak bisa nge-save. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken. Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright. But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too. If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body. It was a conclusive evidence that proved Joe Dark was murdered. Murderer! I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma.
Objection!
And where, pray tell, could you possibly see the problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken. Ah!
Objection!
What's the meaning of this? Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it could not possibly wind up there. Lu mustahil banget itu pisau gimana cara terbang? Woi, kasihan itu yang mulia mau ngomong. The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure that she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. No, not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Ooh. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, right? All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No. Ah! Dari tadi. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. No! It is my belief that somewhere in this story there is a lie. I see. Not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being two broken knives? Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Could there have been one? I knew it. You really don't believe me. Huh? That flash of lightning burned an unforgettable image in her mind. One that's been torturing her ever since. There's no way it could be mistaken. Okay. Kasian banget emang. If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by simple observational error. In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume then that you have some information about this other broken knife. If so, please feel free to enlighten us. Oh, broken knife yang satunya lagi ya. In the past, 2 years in the past. Right here, inside this picture. This is the picture of the award ceremony. Ah! Kenapa, Mr. Edgeworth? What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the what Prosecutor Marshall is holding? That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife that the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. Di mana itu si pisaunya? Bilang kemana dia? Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. But that can't be. Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the king of Prosecutor Award knife was the murderer, well, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh, wow, membingungkan. Jadi siapa pembunuhnya? But the prosecutor was the one who actually died. That's true. What's going on here? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusion. Wait, I remember now. I remember everything. Kebetulan banget. Witness, Mr. Edgeworth. What is it? Could you show me your evidence list again, please? This list? The one with that picture scribbled on the back? Itu apa ya? I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half. It was the time I drew this picture. All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. It must been I've locked this part way deep inside me. Huh? Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Could you please tell us what you've recalled, Miss Sky? Yes, Your Honor. First the knife mix-up, and now the blue badger. This should be interesting. Kenapa ada blue badger ada? Emma's recollection.
Objection!
The chief detective hadn't even designed him until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Yes, well... So, please, don't pursue this any further. Lana, what's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair. But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Sky. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Silence! The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. It seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. Jadi ini dia, gerasa gerusu si Lana. What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall. She seems convinced that Dark was the one holding the knife. But as we've just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife. Well, I don't know what that time when the Dark guy knocked me down. All I could think was I've gotta help that other person. What do you mean you think? It all happened so fast and I was in a shock. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did, it's all kind of a blur. Miss Sky was almost killed before she was witness to a murder about to take place. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural. I saw the man about to stab the other person, who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with a knife. What you did was very brave, young girl. So then, what happened next? Is then there was another flash of lightning. Are you sure about this? Of course, see? Tonight, I even drew a picture of him here. But it was the chief of detectives who brought up this hideous beast. And that was just this year. The blue badger didn't exist 2 years ago. It's all quite verifiable. I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I've seen him before somewhere. I finally remember. Oh, brother. Just when you thought your thing had caused enough commotion. Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing? His shadow? You mean you didn't actually see his face? With its winning smile and all? That's right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns. This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken. That may well be, but what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh, and I suppose you have an explanation? What was it Emma saw when that lightning flashed? Who is this blue badger? I just might know. Gua tahu ini siapa. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense belief that on that fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the blue badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room. Mr. Wright. In this room? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in that instant? Please show us this mysterious blue badger look-alike. Yeah! The mysterious blue badger was in fact this! That's... what exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of jar. But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger. It indeed doesn't, as it just stands now in just plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint? Our viewpoint? We got to show them the correct angle to look this. Yoi. Kaca Mihono malah dapatnya yang banner kemarin. Oh, lu dapat ini TM Opera. Gue pengen Mihono dah. Gak dapet gue Mihono-nya. Bener gini ya? Udah bener gak sih? Iya. Oh, gue pengen tuh Mihono Bourbon, gak dapet lagi. Kok nggak ada ininya? Ini banget kayaknya, pilih-pilih banget. Kok nggak bisa sih? Gitu gak sih? Mirip kok orang 3 tanduk. Korek angle-nya gimana dah? Oh gini kali ya, kebalik gua ya. Balik gitu. Kok salah sih? Harusnya angle-nya gimana deh? Gue lihat YouTube aja. Gue nggak ngerti anjir.
Angle-nya susah banget. Angle susah anjay. Oh gitu. Oke. Kok masih gak bisa sih? Katanya gitu anjay. Gimana sih? Males banget, harus spesifik banget dah. Oh. Begini anjir katanya. Kata YouTube, kata Google begini. Kurang ke bawah gitu. Masih gak bisa sih. Anjir, gak bisa terus. Gue kira malah kebalikannya dari ini. Begini gitu kan. Datang enggak begini. Masa sih gara-gara miring doang? Gini gitu. Salah terus aja, gimana dah? Kok susah sih? Udah sama nggak sih? Masa salah sih? Gak bener dah. Masa salah dah? Udah bener anjay. Kok salah mulu dah? Sumpah harus semiring itu. Segini udah bener gak sih? Masih nggak bisa ya anjir. Harus semana dah? Anjir, salah terus anjir. Gak jelas. Gak ada senggang dikit apa? Ini sumpah harus sama banget apa gimana dah? Jadi udah sama ya. Kalau di YouTube katanya gini. Masih gak bisa anjir, apanya yang beda dah? Mantap. Susah banget. Gimana sih? Susah banget. Apa mencet beda? Gak bisa. This isn't right mulu. Udah sama coba. Kenapa dah? Begini, sumpah di YouTube begini aja tulisannya. Gambarnya paling enggak begini lah, enggak sama persis emang. Masa enggak mirip sih? Masa kurang sih? Kurang mirip gimana dah? Yay, nggak ada yang masuk. Gak bisa di skip apa? Ah, dapat juga. Gak jelas aja, gak ada bedanya. Ya elah, beda dikit doang. Dari tadi. Harus 1 banding 1. Sumpah itu ngeselin banget. Lebih-lebih dikit aja nggak boleh dah. Mah, ribet banget kan. What do you mean? Dulu gue nggak tahu soalnya, gue nggak dengerin. What's different now that we know the witness saw this jar?
At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes. Well, knowing this, where could she have seen the jar? Where? The location of the jar is shown in the picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on the shelf in the office of Damon Gann. But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified saw herself. I'm back. Masih belum kelar kah? Ini lagi trial terakhir. Yes, and it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, this struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room, in Chief Gann's office. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. Oh. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have to been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, sambil push main kuda aku tadi. Oh iya, sambil main kuda, mantap. If I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked into the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, that would have what would he have hit? Ah! The suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword. Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had been Neil Marshall wielding the knife, the king of prosecutor's trophy. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Yes. There is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility? Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless, I don't know if I can go through with this. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If events took place as the defense theorized, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming that the man Emma Sky knocked away was actually prosecutor Neil Marshall. Ah! Pembunuhan yang tidak disengaja. You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No! Third. I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved it so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented. Jojo. Ini alasan Lana. Oh, Lana yang balik lagi. What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Sky, but given the circumstances, your dark murderer, the prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, afraid you have to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't. Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. We certainly can't get dead people to testify. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning. And touche, Miss Sky. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another possibility? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. In a manner or another. That's impossible. Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left for you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist? I've got to think back to the court record. The real murderer's name. The real murderer's name that victim may have left behind is in evidence. Kita jadi orang jahat. Do not mistaken, Miss Sky. Oh, is he going to just speak the killer's name? Nah. Nah, dude. Udah ada dekat-dekat bintang tamu kayaknya. If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Looks like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. A message was left here on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. It looks like someone wiped away the blood. Yes, but notice, for some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. Yes, there is a line here, drawn in blood. So what you're saying? In these dots, were once lines. Executive Marshall did not die instantly. He used a few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. Panik, lananya panik. It's the defense attorney duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma pelakunya. Emma. Be worthy and say I didn't warn you. Emma, no! Emma, yes! Chief Ken, do you understand the implication of what you've done? What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but now you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. Ah! But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer, that's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know we weren't defenders of justice? What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery, ultimately the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. What's going on? Order! Yang mulia hakim berusaha dengan kuat. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. To be continued. Oh satu lagi boy. Bahkan dari 3 day trial aja ada ini aja, ada part 2 dari part 1 trial. Panjang banget. Sorry ya, George. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, yes I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You've got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective all run while on duty. And top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funeral. Lama gamenya makin panjang sidangnya. I think it Lana's having you run errands again. Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give this to you if there was a break in today's trial. Evidence law? Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day. 2 rules of evidence law. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Capek gak sih bang? Belum. Capek sih, tapi belum. Harus habis hari ini. You're going to need this book. Him. I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now though. All that's left now is Chief Prosecutor sentence. Ini apaan? Oh, udah cuma itu doang 2. Gambarnya lucu banget aja. Bebek pakai topi detektif. Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat, despite all this allegation being thrown at me? Mr. Edgeworth? The real trial today hasn't begun yet. What? What else is there left to do? Masih belum mulai? Sepanjang ini? Your credibility been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Sky found out she unwittingly caused the man's death. And now you're telling me you want to do more? You've gotta be kidding me, pal. You're missing the point, detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely struck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? And we're going to expose him, no matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. Yoi. Udah 5 jam main game sidang. District Court, ayo. Part 2 boys. Yes, Your Honor. The inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Yoy, thank you for the news, Your Honor. Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls for the witness. But, this isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edward, may have, struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witnesses? I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone has been talking and... Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. Solution? That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call for all further witnesses. What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing. Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? Unbelievable. Edwards has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. Then it's settled. The defense may now call for the next witness. Mr. Wright, you do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. Ada nyawanya. Time's finally come to bring out the real murderer. Oh, inilah. Demon Gan. The defense calls Demon Gan to the stand. Demon Gan? What does he have to do with anything? As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gan has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck will have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be at least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? True. Alright, bailiff, please escort Mr. Gan to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this, some kind of practical joke? I was on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir? Bertie, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. So you want to play hardball, eh? Please, Mr. Gan. Fine. My name is Demon Gan. I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gan, the court requests to hear your testimony. Alright though, what's with the grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean time between when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think I've been made pretty clear already. There are still some things unaccounted for. Oh, like what? Like the role you played in all of this. Son, either you're very brisk or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons. Sure, take my testimony for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true? I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify. Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't want you. Well then, the witness may now begin his testimony. Make long story short, we slipped up. That our outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. So, as you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Pendek banget. Is that what Dark was arrested? Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Dark bumped his head. I see, everything seems pretty clear-cut. If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, then I'd better hit him hard and fast. As I recall, a ceremony was held at the police department that day. Yes, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was all fired up too. That's probably what spooked Dark and made him run away like that. Was the defendant Lana Sky also present in the room? I don't quite remember. At the very least, he wasn't there when Dark ran for it. So the two of you ran immediately after him, right? That's right, but Dark made it to the elevator first. So Neil and I split up. He went upstairs and I went downstairs, I guess you could say. He got lucky. Was this about power outage? Oh, that. The elevator stopped all of a sudden, and I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil was when that knife went into his heart, though. That's not funny. Alright. Would you tell us what you saw? It was a shocking sight. Neil and that serial killer were lying in the heap on the floor and all tangled together. Darkwolf was also lying collapsed on the floor. Apparently he hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them were those two poor girls, Lana and Emma. Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. Because of the victim's body, it had already been moved. So that means you found the body near Lana's desk. That's right. I think you said it earlier. That's my suit of armor that really stabbed the persecutor. Yes. Anyway. So you're saying that forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office? That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt, but moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable no matter what the circumstances. Is that how it really went down? Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at the witness, it's better than staring at the court record. Which piece of evidence tries to get forgery? Lana did admit to forging evidence, but that can be the whole truth. I got to link Jan to the incident. Banyak banget ya ini. Claim you had nothing to do with the forgery? But I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up. Jai, explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example. That's the blue badger. You showed us earlier. A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk. It was found where? You see, Chief Gan, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played part in the illegal investigation. Yeah, polisi juga sama korupsinya. Chief Gan, what's the meaning of this? Oh, here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admit to it then, that you were involved in the forgery. Who, me? Or do you mean you? Me? Why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you're the one who snuck into my office and when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorney can do so too. Isn't that right, Tom? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. What? If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying us, paying to work. Nggak dibayar tapi bayar buat kerja. Yes, well, in the light of the detective presence, please give us your testimony regarding this piece of evidence found in your office and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My. Kids these days no longer knows how to put 2 and 2 together. Evidence and forgery. Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor? When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I am the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Ooh. Indeed. I believe I will press charges so you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. Right, IG? In return, though. No, I know. That place, right? Huh? Are these guys telepathic? What are these guys? Telepathic? I'd appreciate it if you'd stop making these ridiculous allegations. Yes, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that. What? I'll have you know, back in the day, I once broke into the cattle ranch and tipped. Mr. Wright, what are you saying? Anyway, you can prove you didn't carry the evidence, can you? If you have proof to the contrary, you're going to need it later. Later? What are you talking about? What else? I'm talking about when riotous prints are found. If they're found inside my safe, they would have proof this investigation was illegal. I've never faced anyone as slimy as this guy. What do you mean by that? This is all purely hypothetical, of course. But suppose I did place those items in my safe, wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery. Concealing evidence found at the crime scene isn't forgery. I'm not truly speaking yet, right though? It all depends on when the evidence was discovered. Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation? It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Dark was sentenced. Masa tiba-tiba ada? Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient? Right. The chief is talking about the possibility. So long as you can rule that out, your remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time. Tell me something I don't know. Come now, Raito. Think about it. There's no reason I'd participate in fortune telling. How can you look me in the eye and say that? Because I'm innocent. Remember? Who was it that murdered Neil? I'm not sure I care for the word murder here, but in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Sky. Well, what do you see? Now, do you see? Really, Chief Gan? At the very least, there is one very large benefit you reap from all of this. Oh, I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That would, of course, be the position you have, Chief of Police. Oh, the resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion of chief to chief. That is itself is sufficient motive. Oh, ho, ho. Oh, that's good one. Huh? Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even with that case, I was already in the line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable that a little. Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes. He was going to be made chief anyway. Ah! Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at. So what that means, there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you do it for someone else. Anjay. Don't be silly, Bertie. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for myself. Look out for. Me, myself, and I. There. It's out there. It's out in the open now. Reggie, would you mind if I change my testimony a little? By all means, please do. I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice. There was nothing in it for me. Nothing in it for you? Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again. You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. Oh, that's a good one, Mercy. Could there have been something in it for him? Even selfishness would he have helped someone out? True, you might not help out anyone for their sake, but if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Nice. Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. That's not what I meant. Very well then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gan may have helped forge evidence?
Take that!
Lana Sky. Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky? The defendant? I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Sky fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gan, he won't. He would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Sky was appointed chief prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this Job change was you, Chief Gan. But how would he profit from all of this? He would be able to use the Chief Prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. Do you mean to tell me that despite the Chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? Okay, Yang Mulia. Oh wait, you must mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind. Harus kalem dulu itu si Yang Mulia. Harus ada yang ngentiin dia. Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Sky in forging evidence. Your motive to appoint her as Chief Prosecutor so you could control her. Right, oh my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. But do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? Lana. She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gan. I'm afraid without any proof this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless that is also what happened in the incident. This incident? Which one would that be? Jujur masih main? Yoi lah, masih main. Ini udah mau habis ini, dikit lagi. Tanggung kan? Of course, I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The Chief Prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Hello. Bertie, you better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want to get hurt. Just, what do you mean? Gue ketiduran bang. Oh iya. Ngantuk emang kadang-kadang kalau sore. What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gan is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. What? 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 Banyak banget plot twist ya, plot twist di atas plot twist, terus ada plot twist lagi. Oh ada. Mr. Wright, you can't be serious. Huh? This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. The accuse of chief police of blackmail and murder? That is impossible. Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Richard said in easier to understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. It looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this. Ayolah, masa iya setengah-setengah? Gaspol! That the chief high-ranking officer of the law is involved in this murder? Good question. Gue kemarin begadang ngerevisian, jadi sorenya ngantuk. Revisian ya. Oh, masa-masa kuliah. Menyenangkan, menjadikan. Tapi semuanya dijalanin. Akhirnya worth it semuanya. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gan is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I see. Alright then, let's see what Mr. Wright's got. And it better be good. Oh yeah? That all? Just this evidence that ties Chief Gan to the murder of Detective Goodman. Well, Chief. Oke, salah. Ah! Salah lagi. Oh iya bener, lupa gua. Udah loading aja, sama aja. Ini boy, makasih. This is the ID card list. Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 7777777. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number. It's your number. What? How do you know that? The 7 Chief Gan's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code. A 7 digits? You don't mean? I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 7777777. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gan, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Yeah, kenal lu sekarang lu, Pak Polisi. Oh, dah. Chief Gan, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense search of my office was in violation of regulations, and I will demand Mr. Wright to be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card. Chief Gan, so you admit it? You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime? What about it? I'm chief of the police. Whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom, what's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have to happen to be with you that day, would he? Of course not. Why would he be? Kelihatan dari mukanya kayaknya itu orang ada dah. Kena kamu, Pak Polisi. I hadn't seen him in days. You hadn't seen him in days? Chief Gan? I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt. No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gan met the victim on the day of the crime, then we have to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? Ini kena geng kasih Gen sama Nick sama Edging. Yoi, Nick sama Edge sama Edgy double ini, double tag team ini. Muka penuh senyumannya udah hilang. Show us proof that the victim went to meet the Chief Gan on the day of the crime. Show us the proof that the victim went to meet the Chief Gan. Proofnya apa ya? Kalau nggak ini, gue pengen ngasih ini sih, cuman can only be submitted to the Chief of Police. Oh ini. Yes, benar. Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filled out the lost item report. He would have been to give that report to the Chief of Police. Yet you are in possession of the report, which means you can be sure he filed it. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to? Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh. Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gan. Then you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him. There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Hold on, let me guess what you're going to say next. Hey, the Chief of Police murdered poor Goodman? Exactly. But wait, the Chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yes, Now that you mention it, I believe I might... Yoi, langsung diobjek sebelum dia ngoceh. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. Yo, anjay. Chief Gan, you didn't. The murder was most likely a spur of the moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Disambar Zeus. Ketahuan dah, udah ketahuan ya. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, you know. And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Chief Gan, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to prosecutor's office. Anjay. And all this time I thought it was a useless clue, just taking up space. A screwdriver? But what does that have to do with this case? Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is this screwdriver doing here? It's here because... Ah! I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here, in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. Yoi, si Edgeworth jadi accomplice juga secara tidak disengaja. Dia pelaku juga. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office. But you did, because Chief Gant asked you to. You mean The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. Bukti penting ke bawah Edge. Yoi, Edgy. Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car? Yes, unless of course you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transfer evidence from a closed case? Gak bisa kan lo? There's only one plausible explanation. To transfer the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Sky! Anjay.
Order! Order! What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to defense outrageous accusations? Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It is the photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gant, please say something. I believe. Your time's up. My time's up. Judge, tahan AG. Bukti penting ke bawah AG. Sorry, Raito, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're to make it in time for the early bird special. But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier? The police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now.
What?
This is not the right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. So you're going to just run away from all this?
Run away?
Don't make me laugh, Murthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show me your proof and get it over with. Let's say it again, Mr. Wright. Devon Gann is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright, Your Honor, do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gann murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Sky dispose of his body. Do I have any concrete proof? Kalau soal Goodman dibunuh sama itu kayaknya enggak ada. There's no use showing evidence I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence. See, Aji? In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief. What? Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can afford to lose, Raito. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. I'll leave the rest to you. Uh-oh.
Gue salah kah? Salah pilih kayaknya gue ada. Wah!
Lady Luck? Maybe we should have a word with her.
Oh, Eji! Selamatin gua, Eji!
There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't had the honor of hearing her testimony. A lady who knows the truth, another witness. In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. But Chief Gann has invoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else, one more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room. Mr. Edger, who is this person? Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today. Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist? She may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense call forth Lana Sky. The defendant? Miss Lana Sky? She was in the underground parking at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task to dispose of the victim's body in accordance with a certain summons order. Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Joey. Very well, the court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defense testimony.
Jay, istirahat lagi.
Hold on. Huh? Chief Gann, I thought you were going to eat. Listen good, Lana. He's talking to Lana. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. This isn't good. Of course, you'd never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. Alright then. I've got a lunch date to meet.
Parah, blackmail di depan umum. Tahu anjir, parah banget dah.
Okay, if there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess. Istirahat, jajan-jajan. Gue main beli pop ice dulu ya. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth. Hey, makasih, Eji. That chief is something else, pal. Detective Gumshoe. Ha ha ha. Not detective anymore. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Don't worry, I've already decided to work where to work now. At your office. My office? Sure. I'll take that I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with. Could he mean Maya? Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Yoi, The Boys. Gua kalau bikin kantor ntar ada The Boys. Gua Gamshu sama Eji. With The Boys. If Gen's done it again. How is it he always gets the upper hand? It's not fair he has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, right? Remember what the judge said? But Chief, that is not the right to be casually invoked. Kantor The Boys. Me and the boy. Me and the boys. Risks. What did he mean by that? It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. He means he forfeits his right to say anything too. Hey, Emma, are you okay? Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery, so she heard everything that's been going on. Oh, Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny, I almost feel somehow relieved. Relieved? Yeah, now I finally know what really happened. You think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man? And she did it all just to protect me. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? Ini orang clueless banget dah. What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gen's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside. To force herself to do anything and everything that Chief told her to do. That must be why she becomes so cold. It is all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal. Me and society. Chief Gen may be able to fool everyone else with this forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. I see. Well, we'd better get back. It's time for the final act. Oh, part 3 dari day 3. Emma, why don't you wait? No, I'm good. No, I'm going with you. I want to be there. When Lana tells the truth. Let's go, right? It's time to end this. Yoi, gua sama Eji. Kita tag team. Sekarang bukan tentang siapa yang salah, tapi apa kebenarannya. Bicara yang jujur kamu, Lana, atau kamu akan dihukum. Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, please take the stand? Miss Lana Sky, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years. Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Sky. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth. Of course, the truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. And then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gan. Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gan. Oke, ini jadi personal buat Eiji. Karena dia dimanfaatin. Nah, udah jadi personal ini ya. Dendam personal. There is no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. Are you sure about this testimony? Your Honor, I'm confessing a capital offense. Of course, I'm sure. But Lana, if this is true, then that means Chief Gan has nothing to do with this. That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. But what if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself. Ayo, kita mulai. The fabrication. But think about it, Miss Sky. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail. You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And... Did you do so to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. Anna, so that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago? You say you did this all by yourself. Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body. What? But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement. You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark? Something like that. If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies. So when you found a scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to. I broke off the tips of Dark's knife. Bukannya udah patah dari awal. Bukannya kita udah tahu itu ya. Udah diperbarui kan ini? Oh enggak deh. Udah dikasih tahu. You plant and you move the body? But why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for more for the others, for the sake of the others too. When he showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deduced it was by Chief Gan's desk, but the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple. Let's have a witness explain this in more detail. The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. Plan apa? Pieces of the jar, you mean? Yes, that wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body. So, when you first found the body, the jar was already... Of course it had been shattered to pieces. If you looked at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. What's the matter, Emma? Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed. But I have a feeling there is more than... Kalau itunya udah pecah duluan, gimana cara si ininya nulis Emanya anjir? Ngaco dah. Nah, masih main? Masih lah. Kalau gue nggak ada di sini, baru gue nggak main. Ngaco dah si Lana ngomongnya ngasal anjir. Kebanyakan bohong sih lu, bohong ditutupin kebohongan yang lainnya. Jadi ngaco kan? You committed the crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery at the scene of where Neil Marshall was murdered? If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony. Pasnya balik lagi. Pasnya lagi. Yoi, pasnya lah. Ratchet base. Testified, and I quote, the pieces of the jar that shattered during the events turned my plan. That's right. Do you have a problem with that? It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written in his final moments. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died. Ah. He couldn't have written Emma's name on the shattered jar. Kalau fasnya udah hancur, gimana cara nulisnya anjay? Jago banget anjay si Niall. Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed regarding to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical. Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth toward which we're headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. Yoi, kita bersama sekarang. Jing jing. Jar and message in blood. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room. I didn't have time to check it out. Be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood? I wasn't Chief Prosecutor at the time. That's why she tried to arrest the real evidence. Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Yes. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up the pieces. The detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Pocket light and a camera with me. Even I carry a bottle of emergency luminol wherever I go. I never miss anything. I got every last piece. Bersihin pakai apa? Pakai tahu. Pakai sunlight kayaknya. So you illegally rearranged the crime scene. Yes. I don't have any excuse for my actions. so sorry, Lana. I didn't know. I've treated you so badly all this time. Not too late. There's still plenty of time to make up. More contradictions have surfaced in her testimony. Her sister really putting up a fight. Still, she's not doing this the right way. I think I finally figured out the contradiction in her testimony. So the jar was already broken. It's a miracle that thing hadn't broken earlier. It certainly looks as feeble as the defense cases, but not as feeble as the judge's judgment.
Kalau kain baju atau tangan kan masih bisa ketahuan kecuali tempatnya nggak ada orang.
You didn't investigate what was written on the jar pieces. Normally I would have. I think I finally figured out the contradiction in her testimony. There's one final possibility that might turn everything around. Possibility? I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar. That was it. Ya apaan ya, kok gua nggak paham sih. Kontradiksi apa deh? I think I finally figured out the contradiction in her testimony. There's one final possibility that might turn everything around. Turn everything around. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar. Ya kayaknya nggak ada hubungannya deh. Oh bener Reng, nice. The sky. I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of. What? We found the final piece of this jar in the Chief Gan's office. In the Chief of safe? But how? I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it. But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped off the blood off. Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Pas kembali lagi, Chief Gan got there before you. Ding ding dung dung ding dung dung ding. But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece? Objection! I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Ha! Can you believe that? Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When these witnesses arrived, at the scene of the jar was already broken. Oh, Dad! There's no way name could have been written on the shattered jar. Another person discovered this scene prior to the witness. I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gan. At the time, he was looking for dark downstairs. Besides, even yeah. The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you SRS that? No! No! Yang kena lu, Hakim. Wait, I'm not I'm not the one on trial here. Damn. Demon Gan arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposely hit one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called? Fabrication of evidence. But why would Chief Gan do that? In the light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear what happened afterwards? Discovering the scene, Lana Sky believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gan's aid. Lending her his aid, Gan helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma, and therein lies the reason why Miss Sky became the chief's puppet. Ah! No, I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the chief. I can't watch you suffer any more than for my sake. Oh, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorney makes up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client. I guess you do seem the type who like to twist the truth. Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of the gun's trap? Ooh, smack dab. Dabbing. Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Lana, maybe you're right after all. What do you mean, right? So you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright? Miss Sky, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Sky, if you will. Emma dikacangin. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify. About what I really saw. Alright. The witness may testify once more for the final time. Yes, final time. Okay. Actual crime scene. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw that happen, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Kent help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent. Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armored sword? You were the only one who saw that? If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. Huh? I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. What? To me? It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed, but I don't remember receiving a picture like that. Anna must have known. See, Mr. Wright? She really does have faith in you. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture. Ini paling. Whoa! Hey, there's a picture here. Oh my, this is the actual crime scene. No other detectives saw the crime scene like this, because I contacted criminal affairs only after I had rearranged them. Gasp, Mr. Wright! This picture cut out from his vest. Could that be the clock we found inside Chief Gan's safe? What's this? That cloth, it had fingerprints on it. Whoever fingerprints those are must be the real murderer. What? But those fingerprints, they're yours, Irma.
Emang gak pingsan bagus. Gila. Pada kuat banget ngeliat-ngeliat gitu kan.
Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer. Very well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall. Whoa! Kenapa ini? Siapa ini? Oh, hi. Come now, Aji. This is the poorest excuse for the trial I've ever seen. Chief Gan. What? Now you want to make me out as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense. I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. This must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back and relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tying around your now neck. I'll Kenapa dia? So what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't. But someone does. Someone. So what's your excuse, righto? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall causing his death? Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt. Is this true, Mr. Wright? If I show that piece of evidence now, I'm sure to be made out as the murderer. Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now. Yes, as long as I do anything, you will be the one appearing before the board of inquiries. What do I do now? I'd better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Gak bisa. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. What? You lie! Chief Gan? You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about.
Hey, gila pinter banget si Phoenix. Gila jago banget. Jangan ikut main sama Gan.
Pinter banget si Phoenix. Mr. Right, why don't you show them? We found it together. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprint are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gan? Can you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. Bener-bener foul liar. Pembohong liar dia. Pembohong alami. Phoenix smart. Truly a smart person. It looks like a part of it's been cut out for some reason. You don't mean you had this? What? That means you, the chief police, have been concealing evidence? This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department. Dia berbohong seperti bernapas, anjay. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gal, righto? Well, I can just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. What? You mean you admit to it? I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene at that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana. So you really were manipulating her. I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, that when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid. So you assisted Miss Sky. I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. Gan salah ngomong pas protes ke Phoenix. Yeah. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of the evidence. This was before Lana arrived and at the scene, mind you. 2 pieces of evidence? You mean those items in your safes? But why? For insurance, of course. Insurance. I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for murder that girl committed. You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence? What do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces. Untuk asuransi. But if you fabricate all the evidence, that's what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar too. Oh. Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance. You mean that piece of cloth? Come on, Raito, cover it up already. I know you have it. What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright? So you admit to it then, Chief Gan, that you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe. Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do with that thing, Chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, Raito. You should have shown it then before it was too late. It's been a long battle, but the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine! Cannot show evidence! Oh god. So kena 2. Gak boleh ternyata. Ya udah nih gue tunjukin nih ambil. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's face. Oh yes, at last you finally brought it out into the open. There's a handprint on this piece of cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests that it be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the letter. There must be been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly. You mean it could not have been forged? It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. No. You're as slow on the uptake as ever, Horty. What? Think about it. Raito had all this time to present this evidence, yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that? It's alright, do you really know? Whoever these fingerprints belongs to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they? Okay, very well. I'll tell you. It should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. Yoi! Die! 1 step ahead! 5 step ahead gua. Emma? Emma Sky? What? They're mine? I'm sorry, Emma. But why? Why didn't you tell me? Oh. You're really something, Raito. You knew this girl did it all along, and you still tried to pin the murder on me? So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shock Prosecutor Marshall to his death. How could you? You monster! Miss Sky. You knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't? Miss Sky, it's not over yet. What? I said this trial isn't over yet. But I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. Jay, diem banget, kalem. Phoenix execute his plan. Gila, kalem, harus kalem memang. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned the poor little girl into a murderer? Before I do that, there's this one little thing I have to clear up. Oh, and what's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? What? Chief Gan, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? It was Emma Sky, wasn't it? I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. What? Contradiction? What is this fool babbling about? I'm talking about contradiction 1 that proves who the real killer is. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth, what could it possibly contradict? Yoi, gua nge-save terus. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. My badge. Ah! Gua nggak tahu lagi anjir dia ngomongin apa. Nggak sabar dia kalah di sini. Ya. And what exactly is this supposed to be? This is the picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out? Yes. His shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make it out with all the blood on his vest, though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. Oh, di chestnya nggak ada darah ya, bener. Oh, but that piece of cloth bersih. Iya. Wait, there's no blood on it. Ah. Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutors aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on that sword at the time. This is nonsense! Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have been arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Sky picked up the unconscious prosecutor and impaled him on the armor sword? Then to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they broke and on purpose to leave behind a clue and make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest. Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer. No! It's finally all over. Digging his own grave. Yoi. Objection! Turun udah. Layu. Hehehe. Ho 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 ho. That was close, Raito. You almost had me. Huh? Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations. What do you mean you refute his allegations? You see that piece of cloth is illegal evidence. Disamber Zeus. What What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict the suspect. Remember, IG? Earlier, old Raito here concealed that piece of cloth. So then, what's your excuse, Raito? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you? Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present the evidence. At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be illegal evidence. That's not fair. Did you actually think you could best me in court? Looks like looks like the last laughs on you, son. I'm afraid Mr. Gunn's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth? True. Legal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed legal. Ay, gila. Smart Edgeworth! Edgy man! Well, Mr. Wright. It seems at last. Time for me to reveal my plan has revealed. I finally arrived. Mr. Wright, do you admit to it? Legally. Did you purposely and illegally conceal this piece of cloth? I did not. I admit I refused to present it at one point. Aha! So the evidence is illegal! Objection! No, it isn't, Mr. Gan. Huh? It's not that I didn't present evidence then. Guess that I couldn't. Anjay. Time to end this case, yoi. What do you mean you couldn't? There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence. No, Aji, don't listen to his lies! Gue udah kayak Orochimaru ya. He's nothing but a coward. You can't really believe. There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not? Very well, let us settle this once and for all. Earlier, you refused to present the evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation due to the law, do so now. Yoi, buku lucu ini. Evidence law, bukunya lucu banget anjir. Gambarnya ada bebek di depannya. Evidence law. Ngajarin anak kecil tentang hukum. Supaya bisa jadi ini apa? Pengacara yang baik dan benar. Atau prosekutor. What's this? I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprint were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. Dibikin image supaya anak-anak tertarik, iya kan? Supaya anak-anak SD belajar hukum. Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of cloth, this piece of evidence myself, inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have the approval from the police department. Rule number 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here is the crux of the matter. You see, at the time it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Take one look at this picture and... Sorry, but can you recall when was that picture presented? It was shown only a few moments ago. No. He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Demon Gan. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh yes! Oh, dengan senangnya! Dengan senangnya dia bilang iya. No! It was then that you proved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally proved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer, and there's only one person who could that be. Demon Gan! The killer was you! No! Kenapa dia? Oh, dia gak jadi gila anjir! Dia kenapa anjir? I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Nah, sekarang dia jadi jujur. Jabatannya sendiri yang mengakhiri riwayatnya. Langsung gak waras, dia jadi gila aja. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Star, then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman? Yeah, that's right. If the evidence transferred, I lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you've got to help me. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then, all of a sudden, he said to speak out. Anjay. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? You can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered. Oh, Goodman ternyata orang baik ya. Kasihan Goodman. He opened his evidence locker as he was taking the evidence out. He said, "It's not too late. I'm going to hand all this over to Marshall." Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken back by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it, that accursed knife. No, Goodman, Bruce. Namanya aja Goodman, iya sih. Dia dari keluarga Goodman ya, anak-anak baik semua di sana. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would lead to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it out. I was worried so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake. The bloody handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker. I used to be known as the crime computer, but everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. Iya, dia tetap pakai sarung tangan terus ya. Kalau jadi Batman jadi kalung. Dia, I am the Knight. I had no business doing any of it. Then you put the body in my car? I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detective ever will. Ugh. Leaving the prosecution's car aside. How could you get Miss Sky involved in all of this? Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth come out. So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker. I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have time to pick and choose what to take. So you left the jar fragments and the glove. Yeah, it looks like I was better off being the investigator of the crimes than the committer. Gak ada sidik jari karena dia pakai sarung tangan. Iya, dia selalu pakai sarung tangan, makanya gak ada sidik jarinya di darahnya. Pantesan. I've got to hand it to them. They do their job well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're in the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. Anjay, udah kayak Sasuke aja. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Aji. What? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. I'm sorry too, them again. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator and an example to other on force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Aji. Thanks for all the memories though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Raito here. And Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sound of a new beginning. Yeah, season 1 kelar. There are two things I want you to understand. Yes? First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, them again betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky? You no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. from the time I had Gent help me forge evidence up until today. So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered. I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My. What high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you just might make it to the top. Aw, dia senyum. Hey, akhirnya dia senyum. Tahun pertama Phoenix selesai. That's nice. How you manage my thanks, Mr. Wright? Miss Sky. And to you too, Mr. Edger. You suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you. It was nothing. Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you. Yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop it! I only did my job. Malu, ada yang sundere. In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Sky. Yes, Your Honor. You are innocent of a murder, however. Although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date. Yes, I understand, Your Honor. Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling? It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I've felt free of these heavy chains. Aww. Good for you, Sky Sister. Well, this trial has gone on far too long already. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, not guilty! Let's go! Yeah! Gaming! This is all. This court is adjourned. February 25th. At long last, it's finally over. 3 hari berasa 5 tahun aja. Emma? Why the long face? Ayo gue mau save dulu. Biasanya suka ada ngasih present dulu. Ntar aja. I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook. But at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit. No, that's not it. Just now after the trial ended, I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you many thanks, Mr. Wright. And you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have do this. You've done well. You know, I did my best too, but Lana didn't say a single word to me. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? Nggak cobain Mecha Break bang? Mecha Break? Gak tau gue game apa tuh. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run all around while on duty? And top it off, you called me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding. Oh, are you here because of my sister again? Nope, not this time. I came today because of you, pal. Me? That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone. Yay, Lana! Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know. Well, I won't tell if you won't. Mecha Break game robot kayak Gundam. Oh, belum tahu ya, belum pernah dengar kayaknya. I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day, 2 years ago, was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis, I asked Gan to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake, but no, I realized I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. Bukannya lu suka banget sama Armored Core 6? Ini mirip banget gameplaynya kayak gitu. Gue belum pernah main Armored Core ya. Belum pernah main gue Armored Core. Jadi gue nggak tahu soal itu. Kalau main sejenis kayak Elden Ring, iya gue suka. Cuman biasanya gamenya mahal-mahal jadi gak ada duit buat beli-beli gituan. But I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. But sis, you were only doing it for me. No. Huh? I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you. I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have. Oh, Emma. Emma! Armored Core 6 kan juga Souls-like dari FromSoft kayak Elden Ring. Iya, tapi gue gak pernah main. Next Apollo kah, Bang Nas? Padas? Belum kan, ini masih season 1 ini. Masih ada 2 season lagi baru Apollo. Masih panjang ini kita sama Phoenix. The only thing we can do is try to make up for our mistakes. Why must make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in so doing, we can find the way back to our rightful path. And it is from there that we can move on toward a bright future. Yeah! At least that's what I felt, watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Right, Mr. Gumshoe. Me? Thank you. Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right? Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here. Lihat mukanya aja. Where was he hiding? I just came to say congratulations. Kita lanjut sampai ketemu Apollo. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Right. Well, I'll be going now. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. Balik lagi dia. You were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can correct my mistakes. Mr. Edgeworth, not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gan was right. You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. So imut bedah. Kita masih belum ketemu anaknya Von Karma. Ini season 2 kan ada anaknya Von Karma. Gak tahu kalau itu doang mah. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to be fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth, who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gan did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can continue on as a prosecutor. Edgeworth, don't you understand? Demon Gan and your mentor, Manfred von Karma. We're both at the best of the best when it comes to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Right. Yoi, kita partner, boy. Kita bersama. Lu, gua, Eji, dan Phoenix, dan Nick. Anaknya yang suka main reog gitu, main reog. And because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Right? Huh? What? Oh, yeah. What is this? A pop quiz? Come on, Mr. Right, show him what Lana's talking about. Evidence, huh? Ah, salah anjir. Yang mana ya? Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edward nor I would been able to find on our own. Oh iya ini aja, benar. Our counter attack began with this. You had one half of the evidence list and I had the other half. The part we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture. That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth. It's time for me to go. Mr. Edgeworth, if you'll excuse me, there are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Chief Prosecutor. Anaknya yang suka trophy. Edward, what will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember, you can't let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. Apa? You can't let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know. It seems I owe you my thanks too, right? But what I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell. Anjay, udah kayak Sasuke banget. Sasule. I'll be going too. Okay, but I'll be by to visit soon. It seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Yoi, buku scientific investigation buat anak kecil. Ada bebek lagi anjay. Belum selesai juga. Ini baru selesai. Scientific investigation? It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, yes, I will. Yay! And so another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. Journey to discover myself. Whee. Well, you don't go trekking off just yet, pal. Huh? What is it, detective? There's just a little matter to be resolved. About the chief prosecutor. See, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this. I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, it might be okay. Me? But the falls at the prison are a different story. Huh? Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Huh? Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side. Bukannya pasti ditulis orang yang sama ya? Maksudnya, it's alright. Here's be the one who will be footing the bill. Huh? What? You think I could afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Kasian Phoenix gak dibayar, terus suruh bayar orang. Thank you, Mr. Right. You're the best. Why is it? I suddenly feel like I want to scream. Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together? Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go. Objection. Let's go, kelar. Ya, kreditnya lama. Oh, ini ada dulu. I hope she'll be pleased to study her under her top coroner. Oh, ini kayak yang sebelumnya ya. Gumshoe became the best. Anjay, kelar boy. Season 1 doang. Season 1 dari 3 season. Aduh, panjang banget game ya. Takeshi Yamazaki. Gua cuci tangan dulu ya bentar. Lu nonton kreditnya aja dulu. They overlook my unauthorized. Yo, Gumshoe tetap dapat pekerjaannya dia. Dia emang idola ya. Objectionnya Phoenix di akhir. Objection. Keren. Area gua balik dulu.
Arigato. 優しいね。
Woi, apaan tuh? Ada yang donate. Makasih buat donate-nya. 40, makasih banget. Zero. Main ini Pak Dos. Team Power. Apaan itu? Zero Escape Trilogy. Ntar gue lihat Zero Escape Trilogy. Makasih Zero. Mr. left. Anyway, he said he's been doing something or other for. Woi, jadinya pergi dari kursinya. Let's go. Woi, Maya. Namanya Zero Escape Trilogy, coba gue catat di HP gue. Ini nggak bisa di skip sih ya. Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth, I brought your tea. What's going on? Ya, udah tahu dia udah pensiun. Si Edgeworth. Telat nih si bellboy. Oh, dia mau ke Eropa ya? Si Emma. Thank you, Mr. Right. Woi, polisi muda Lana dan Emma. Anjay, selesai. Selesai. Tinggal new game, kita ke Justice for All. Trials and Tribulation yang terakhir ya. Oke, 2 lagi. 2 lagi masih panjang banget, bukan 2 lagi sembarang 2 lagi. 2 laginya bukan 2 lagi yang sembarangan. 2 laginya yang bener-bener 2 lagi. Dua game lagi ya, masih jauh dia. Perjalanan gue masih sangat jauh. Yaudah, paling itu dulu aja buat hari ini. As always, makasih yang udah nonton dari awal sampai akhir, makasih yang udah komen, makasih yang udah nge-like, subscribe kalau belum pernah subscribe, tiap subscribe misalnya ada apresiasi. Terus besok gue live stream lagi. Paling besok gue main Shadowverse sih. Gue lanjut ranked aja Shadowverse-nya. Terus main Esatur nih paling besok lagi di hari Senin. Besok bukan hari Senin ya, besok hari Selasa gue ya baru ini ya. Iya, Senin gue, ya Selasa gue baru ini. Selasa berarti gue mainin lagi paling Esator nih lagi. Matsu, yoi, makasih. Sama makasih juga buat tadi Zero buat donasinya. Lama banget, panjang ya ini, kasus beneran ini, nggak boleh main-mainin ini. 8 jam kasusnya. Itu gue udah dipotong setengah loh, itu setengahnya udah di awalnya sebelumnya. Ya udah, paling itu aja buat hari ini. Makasih yang udah nonton. Ketemu lagi besok. Bye bye. Thank you.